we're going to look at today. So we're going to get to know who M&T Bank is, talk about our history a little bit. We're going to talk about our purpose
What do you want? You're not my dog anymore.
27 Topanga Canyon avoided PCH flows from here, Los Flores, all the way over to the 10. So this
I
is
got
for
a
folks
10-minute
in Santa
break.
Monica, Malibu, and Pacific
All right. Well,
Palisades.
you get one of
You
that?
have to stick with the
Did you
outskirts
hear one
like
of
the
that?
101 and the 405, but do
Crazy.
expect delays and watch out for debris in the roads. We'll talk more about metro delays coming up in a bit. Back to you.
Robin, thank you. We want to check back in with NBC4's Brittany Hope, who's live along Sunset Boulevard across from the strip mall near the West Side Waldorf School. Brittany, what's the latest there?
Hi, so we can tell you that there's certainly a lot more fire. And we just made this discovery, and it breaks your heart to see. This is the big menorah from the Chabad of Palisades. I believe it was somewhere up on the hill, but now it's fallen down here. A lot of it is shattered. That whole trailer caught fire. I know it's hard to see because it's so dark outside. My photographer said he saw some burnt cars in the Chabad parking lot. I can't tell if the Chabad structure, that community center itself, is still intact. Again, visibility has been an issue. But yes, we want to direct your attention. So we're just north of PCH on Sunset. If you were with us earlier this morning, next to the West Side Waldorf School and this big strip mall, there was some flame on the north side of the strip mall. But now, unfortunately, because of these winds, those flames have spread through the north side. Now, the flames that you see on that roof there, that's above the subway. So we're looking at some fire crews who literally have hose in hand, just trying to inundate the inside of the subway and the roof as much as they can with water. The business right next to it is Fiesta Feast. At this point, the fire has not spread, but I will certainly.
That's good. That's what happened.
I'm in the bathroom. evacuate, evacuate. This is not a drill. This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners, saying that has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena. Heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney to give you an update on what is going on. But I just want to thank Chief Maroney as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barker. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades fire in addition to the Eaton fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department, in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hearst fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 Coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you. as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment. And we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property.
Oh my God.
Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircraft are continued to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers, which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hearst fire, which is located in Sylmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property. We'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact anchorage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, we want to make sure that everybody understands we are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety, ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your vigilance. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around, having LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger, county and city leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders and our great community for the very, very important work you continue to do to protect our community, protect the assets, and first and foremost, the health and well-being and lives of members of our community. Los Angeles Unified is the second largest school district in the nation, representing the interests of 540,000 students and 75,000 committed employees. We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system. I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th Avenue, west of I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part of our district, where the air quality met or exceeded levels that are not appropriate for employees or students to be around, are effectively shut down. We will be making decisions about what will happen in those schools going into tomorrow by 4 p.m. today based on the evolution conditions. In fact, since we made the decision to shut down those schools, air quality conditions have improved significantly, despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kenter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day. A number of schools are shut down. However, localized conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and in fact may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face chronic respiratory conditions or other health issues. We will be flexible regarding these individuals. We will provide additional updates later on today regarding conditions of schools going into tomorrow. For the schools that are open, recognizing the workforce needs of the parents of our children. Beyond the bell activities, care for children in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted and our eternal gratitude to the first responders of our community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Morning. A lot of information to pass on, but please know this. This is a very difficult and challenging situation, but we're surrounded here by people who really care, and we're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents, first responders, and all of the individuals involved. But understand that this is a very fluid situation, specifically in the Altadena area. And a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures as we speak now. We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support. We have been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred sheriff department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission. To ensure that everyone is going to be safe or safe as possible, additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go, and you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment there. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings, approximately 38,600 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, the evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia, and La Cañada. And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving. That's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information's changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of our employees who have lost their homes in the last several hours. I don't know how many because we are still gathering that information, but we all live here in Los Angeles County, so we are impacted. So we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members. Again, as I was coming up here, I did find out that we did have 2 fatalities in this area. I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives. So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff Station itself was evacuated.
and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories, and they're just barely coming in, of our deputies who were trying to evacuate the Altadena station, and then residents were running up from different locations around there, asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night and this morning. I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated. And it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there. We are at this point unable to clearly determine the extent of damage at this point because the conditions are rapidly evolving and the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black and white to a fire. Thank God that the deputy is okay. But deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure in Alexander Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center, located at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena. And we're working with them in Unified Command and in partnership as well. For animals, there are established shelters at Large Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium at 1001 Rose Bowl Drive in Pasadena. Small Animal Shelter, Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena. I'm going to switch gears now to the Palisades fire that we've been heavily involved in with our partners, again, with LAPD and LA City Fire and everyone else that's up there working. As of this morning, the fire was still burning in that area. That's impacting our residents. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are...
You would have to be hired before December 31st to be eligible for this January purchase. Unfortunately, if you were hired after the 31st, all right.
Under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire. Evacuation warnings, approximately 20,000 residents are under evacuation warnings, and approximately 6,500 structures are at risk. There have been minor injuries, and our partners at the fire department have talked about those, and several, unfortunately, structures that have been lost, and we're still assessing those. Small animal shelter, Pasadena Humane Society as well. We got to take care of our pets. As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you could take, your phone charger to survive for at least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, there is nothing worth your life. Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency or our Sheriff's Department social media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind me this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can. So when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75 plus mile an hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where. See something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there. That we don't give them, put them out lightly. When we believe that you're in the path of the fire, we're going to order that evacuation. And we really need your compliance on that, because if we have to send people in to try and make rescues, those people are putting their lives on the line directly for something that could have been avoidable. Sheriff Luna mentioned looting. That's something that we also have to watch out for. That is incredible that we'd even have to talk about that during these tragic times. But we are going to take that also extremely seriously, and we will follow up with that in the strongest way possible. As far as traffic goes, that's something that we're used to dealing with here. This will be an extra test of gridlock in many places due to people not having access to their normal routes. I would say that if you have an ability to be able to stay out of the west side today, to commute or to work from home, as long as your employers are good with that, to take advantage of that. The air is very tough today for particularly those who are challenged medically. If you can stay home and work from there, I would recommend that. We will continue to support our partners in the fire service and our other law enforcement partners. But to all in the public who are watching this, sincere thank you to all of you for your cooperation and your patience as we all get through this together. Thank you.
Now we're going to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Palisades area.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we woke up to a dark cloud over all of Los Angeles, but it is darkest for those who are most intimately impacted by these fires. It has been an immensely painful 24 hours for communities I represent. The Palisades, the Hearst, and Woodley fires are all in the 3rd District. But our strength is in our togetherness, and that will determine how we make it through. We need your partnership in this time of crisis. It is difficult to process the immensity of the destruction and loss. And we extend our hearts and every resource we have to all of our impacted residents. We know when we talk about these structures, they aren't just structures. They aren't even just houses. They're homes. This is our home. These are places through fire assistance management grants for Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires so far. The talent and tenacity of our first responders is nothing short of extraordinary. And I've said it before, these people on the front lines are doing this because this is their calling. This is not simply a job that they came to have an occupation. They are called to this work to keep us safe, to keep our community safe, and to do all they can in this time of crisis to protect our Los Angeles County. Overnight winds grounded our vehicles, and we have red flag conditions through the end of day tomorrow. But we know that because of these fearless warriors on the front lines, we are doing all that we can to contain this fire. Thank you for your work to keep Los Angeles County safe, including the 3rd District communities of Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, Sunset Mesa, Malibu, Santa Monica, Sylmar, Granada Hills, Lake Balboa, and surrounding communities. Our #1 message to everyone in impacted areas is to follow all evacuation orders and warnings and to stay where you are safe as long as the evacuations remain in place. We continue to have shelter capacity for you, as you have heard, for you, for your pets, and we have animal sheltering sites as well. These orders are not just to keep you safe and to keep your community safe, they are also to keep those on the front lines of this devastating crisis safe. And the longer that you wait to evacuate, the more you are putting people in danger who are putting their lives on the line to protect your homes. Please don't do this. Please evacuate. There is also an evacuation order in Santa Monica, the northern border of the city to San Vicente. The warning is north of Montana to San Vicente as well. We have an evacuation order as well as a warning there. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall is in Sylmar, and that is under evacuation warning because of the Hearst fire. Our probation department has evacuation plans in place should that move to an evacuation order from a warning. And our priority is to keep our youth in our care safe. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has closed its schools today. And as you heard from Superintendent Carvalho, LAUSD has a variety of updates. We have heard from our state insurance commissioner as well. And while this is still quite early in this emergency, we do have some initial guidance from his office for evacuated households on reimbursable insurance expenses with information or adjuster, and don't rush any decisions. If you have any questions, call 800-927-4357. for the latest information. And I know we will see brighter skies by working together. Los Angeles County will continue to be unrelenting in our response. And I know we have only the finest on the front lines fighting this fire. It's our duty to see them succeed. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to hear from LA City Council President and Mayor Pro Tem Marquise Terrace Johnson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I just want to begin by thanking and recognizing and acknowledging the great work of our first responders, especially the men and women of Los Angeles Fire Department, who last night we all witnessed doing heroic work in the face of grave danger. Last night was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in any part of our city, at any part of our history. Fire literally jumping roads, taking out structures, and our public safety professionals created an environment where injuries were kept to a minimum, fatalities were kept to a minimum, and we wake up this morning with a renewed spirit that we can defeat this fire and move on to a brighter day. I want to also acknowledge the two members of the council that are with us today that represent the areas of the fire. Councilwoman Tracy Park of the 11th District, who I think probably has about 90 minutes sleep by my count, because every time I looked on the television, you were there knocking on doors in neighborhoods, in community centers, at the shelters, making sure the community was okay. And then an absolute professional, someone who, since I've been on the council with her, has had to fight a fire almost every year. And so is a pro from the San Fernando Valley, the council member from the 7th District, Monica Rodriguez. And again, all the men and women, the firefighters are in the front, but our DWP workers are out there making sure we don't have additional fires from power lines, and countless folks, DOT, making sure the flow of traffic stays so that folks who want to evacuate can do so. Are out there as well. So there's literally thousands and thousands of people working together to make this work. I want to announce a few more closures to add to the school closures that we heard, and the closures that the sheriff and the supervisor read to us. Griffith Park closed today, including Lake Hollywood. Runyon Canyon closed today. The Los Angeles Zoo closed today. The Hollywood Reservoir closed today. The Hollywood Sign closed today, as well as all the roads through the Sepulveda Basin in the San Fernando Valley. So nobody should be going those places today anyway. I will amend what Chief McDonald said. Not only if you're on the west side or in the valley, anywhere in this city, if you can stay off the roads, please do so. I live in South LA, a long way away from the fires. Visibility is less than 1 block because of the smoke. So if there is not a good reason for you to be on the roads, we ask that you leave the roads open as possibly as you can to the public safety professionals that have to do their work and will lead us out of the crisis that we face here in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of the President of the United States, kicked in for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us in the Pacific Palisades last night and has helped out. And a range of municipalities around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can. And we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come to the mic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our public safety and emergency organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last 48 to 72 hours. We still have a long road ahead of us. For what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pichel.
Have outside insurance from a different insurer.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the city of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus is in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area in the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated area water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight. And unfortunately, wind and air visibility are available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact, I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things before you leave the residence, so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully, because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the area. So we need people to drive very consciously in the street system. And then the third piece in the road system and in our homes is the wind is causing massive tree fall. We have over hundreds and hundreds of trees that have fallen in the area already. We expect more of that to occur. This is a safety hazard for you and your children. So we're asking that you avoid walking outside, avoid being under trees, avoid parking cars under trees, all the things that you can imagine that a tree can do. A tree can be just as devastating to a home and to your personal self as a fire. So please be aware that the wind event is going to continue and the infrastructure is in place to do with that. We are currently preparing to remove that. We are removing trees as they fall where it's safe to do so. There will be a mass debris removal system put together that the county is coordinating, but we would be removing and working with the cities to remove the mass debris that's going to occur, not only from the fire, the structures that have been damaged, but all of these trees that are down. So please, one of the things is make way for our utility workers who are in support of the very brave firemen and sheriff and police force that are out doing their job. We are in full support of them. So lastly, on the flood control system, this is just a quick note that yes, in fact, we will have a lot of debris. The flood control system has been impacted. That covers the entire region by the fire. In fact, many of our facilities have been burned. One in Eaton area, Eaton Yard, where there is a debris dam there, and its facilities are currently threatened. We're looking at that and want to raise up those systems. As we enter into post-fire, our department will be available to do a review of your individual properties to make sure that you're safe from debris flow as another event that may occur in LA County. With that, I'm happy to turn over the microphone to my partner from the Department of Water Power, the General Manager, Janice Quinones.
Thank you, Mark. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer for LADWP. I want to start by thanking everybody on this response. I've been in emergency management my whole career, and the collaboration I've seen in this response has been incredible. Especially our first responders, our crews. I want to thank our crews that have been working on high winds, trying to restore power as fast as possible. And also county, city council, mayor's office. The mayor has been in contact with me all the time. And also other utilities in California have been proactively reaching out to us to help us with the restoration. So we're in the process of contacting them to ask for more support. I want to continue the thought process that Mark had about water supply in Palisades. We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades. We pushed the system to the extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight, which lowered our water pressure. We were pushing 75 CFS on our trunk line to try to keep water pressures in the system. If there's a message to take away from me today, is I need our customers to really conserve water, not just in the Palisade area, but the whole system, because the fire department needs the water to fight the fires, and we're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging. What happened in Palisades? We have 3 large water tanks, about 1 million gallons each. We ran out of water in the first tank at about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water on the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning. Those tanks help with the pressure on the fire hydrants and the hills of Palisades. And because we were pushing so much water in our trunk line, and so much water was being used before it can get to the tanks, we were not able to fill the tanks fast enough. So the consumption of water was faster than we can provide water in our trunk line. So I want to make sure that you understand there's water on the trunk line. It just cannot get up the hill because we cannot fill the tanks fast enough. And we cannot lower the amount of water that we provide to the fire department in order to supply the tanks because we're balancing firefighting with water. So we have our operations people on the water side at the command post with the fire department, helping them with tactics to ensure that we can provide as much water as we can find to our first responders. What are we doing now? We're sending about 20 water tanks for our construction crews full of water to support the fire department. We identified other areas in our system where our tankers can refill. It takes about 30 minutes to refill about 4,000 gallons of water, and we're constantly moving that water to the fire department to get them as much water as we can. I would also ask for the people on zip code 90272, because we're pushing the water system so hard, our water quality is decreasing. So we're going to be issuing a boil water notice this morning, and that will extend for about 48 hours. The water quality is low. We have a lot of ash in the system. And so please, if you're going to be drinking water, you need to boil the water. Those boiled waters will continue to increase as the system starts restoring. We're also managing a power outage restoration. Our water emergency has been the number one primary issue, but the power issues are continuing to increase. The winds picked up at around 11 p.m. last night, and that's when we saw the majority of our outages coming in. As of 7 a.m. today, we have 135,000 customers out of power. We have restored about 78,000 customers since the start of the outage. 32 customers have been out of power for more than 10 hours and 7 for over 18 hours. If you are out of power, I urge you to call us, call 911, let us know so that we can get to you as fast as safely as possible. We are on a severe emergency activation at the EOC for both water and power. It's taking us 24 to 48 hours to get to all of the others. That's why we're going to start increasing our mutual aid request to get more crews on here to reduce that restoration time, but we cannot do that until it's safe for our crews. And I'm happy to report we have had no safety incidents for either the water and the power crews, which we need all the safely operating in our system. 40% of our outages were due to us having to de-energize the circuits for public safety. And we cannot energize them until it's safe to do so, and we have put eyes on our system. 20% is because of wire downs, and 6.5% is because our system has protected itself from further outages. And so we have to patrol every line before we come back online. With that, I just want to thank everybody and Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We want to transition. We're 5 minutes over. We do want to give a little bit of time for question and answer with the press. I'm going to call on you. Please identify yourself, your name, and which media outlet you're with. I see a hand up here. We'll go with you first.
Because this press conference called One Voice is bringing together some of our city leaders, our county leaders here together for this incredible tragedy, this crisis that we're experiencing right now. And a lot of our viewers are asking, how can other Angelenos help? Because people want to volunteer, people want to help. What's the best way that other folks out there that want to help, what can they do?
Well, first off, thank you for that question, because I think this does speak volumes to the fact that it's not just at the local level, it's at the state and the federal level as well, and it is one voice. We're seeing these fires taking place countywide, which is stretching our resources, but to the public. I mentioned All Saints in Pasadena that's opened up its church to people that are evacuating, people that are not only part of their parish, but also people that are seeking refuge. I would encourage, and we will work with Office of Emergency Management, put together a list of what you can do to help. I know at Pasadena Convention Center, they're looking for resources, food, and blankets. Red Cross is putting that together, but we can always use more. So this is the time for us all to come together. I mean, we're trying to wrap our heads around just getting this fire under control. But make no mistake, we will put something together so that people can offer their support. You are seeing the goodness, and I know Supervisor Horvath mentioned it. With all these horrific stories you hear, you also hear stories of people that are doing amazing things to help their neighbors and their community.
Thank you for that. And go ahead in the green shirt.
If you come down here a little bit further, you can see any documents that you were in.
Yeah, the DWP was talking about the problems with the water supply, and I was wondering if either the DWP or the fire department has any kind of numbers to talk about, like what is the number of hydrants that could not get water because of these pressure issues? What percentage of the system in Pacific Palisades wasn't getting serviced at that point? And given the type of things you're describing this morning, do you think there needs to be an overhaul of the system, given these increasing number of urban fires? And also, when does the mayor return?
And name and media outlet, please.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times.
So, Chief, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we were trying to keep water at all altitudes on the Palisades, and I think about 3 a.m, that's when the hydrants went dry above the Brentwood area. We are able to push water on that trunk line on the east side of that. And we have some water on higher elevations, 16 to 18,000, but at 3,000, at 3 a.m., all of the fire hydrants went dry in the Palisades. To your question of climate resiliency and how do we need to update the system, I would say that is true. We were talking with the county supervisor and Mark on how are we gonna change the way we operate our water systems for events like this. This is an unprecedented event. I think the 2011 winds was significant from a power outage perspective, but the fires have really increased the response complexity of this. We had crews trying to mitigate this, and we had to evacuate. We worked with fire department to try to get back in and try to fill the tanks again. It wasn't safe to do so. So you're managing the fires, you're managing the power outage, and you're managing the water needs because there was an urban wildfire firefighting. So yes, we have to look at our system from a climate resiliency as a region, and it's going to be more than just DWP. It's all the water agencies here, including the county.
Thank you. Over here in the burgundy with a mask. Name and media outlet, please.
Real quick, I can speak on the operational side of the hydrants. We don't have a specific number to the hydrants. We do know that it came in phases. Now, our firefighters always have a primary plan, a backup plan, contingency, and emergency plan. So oftentimes, just so that the public is aware, in large brush fires, water supplies are normally limited. So with that, our apparatus do have the ability to draft water if we need to out of pools, ponds, any type of water resource. We also utilize the water tenders, which we spoke about a little bit earlier. So with that, I just wanted to clarify that in regard to when the mayor is returning. I spoke to her this morning at 4 o'clock. She's on her way for the last leg of her journey back home from Dallas. So her ETA is right around noon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Buenos dias, everybody. Ali Santana with Telemundo 52. For Chief Crowley, Chief Maroney, where can people go to donate food, water, supplies? And for Superintendente Carvalho, Sheriff Luna, and CEO Quiñones, just something in Espanol for our people in our...
We will do something in Spanish right after we conclude over here with a couple of Spanish speakers regarding the volunteer information.
Sure. So thank you for the question about the donations, and I always spoke about that earlier. Just a touch point for the community. We are so grateful for the community's efforts in regard to donations. Now, what I do want to be mindful about to make sure that we share is please listen to the direction of where those donations, either through money and or food, any type of donation, it can become problematic if the public starts to just drop things off. So we are putting together a strong plan from our Emergency Operations Center. We're at the highest level at this point. We're coordinating with the county as well. So stand by for more information. We want to be very purposeful and strategic in how we're going to collect those donations, and they are welcomed.
Right over here with the glasses and the gray right behind you. Over here with the hand up.
Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. Question for Ms. Walworth. Are there any forecasts or predictions at this point for the economic impact of this?
There are no early numbers of the economic impact, but we are already exploring how we can do, for example, a business interruption fund, as we have done in other states of emergency. We know that there are many businesses that have also been impacted in addition to the people who are experiencing difficulty in their homes. So we are looking at what resources the county has available to support on all fronts. But thank you for the question.
Lastly, do you think this will affect insurance companies and their approach to house owners going forward?
I believe it already has, and the conversation is ongoing. As I shared earlier from the insurance commissioner, I know this is an ongoing conversation in his office, and he has provided that information and welcoming phone calls from folks who do have questions about insurance impacts as a result of these fires. I do know that yesterday, through the help of our chair, the county declared a state of emergency, as did the governor, and I know that there are other states of emergency that will be declared in order to make sure that all residents are able to readily access everything that they need to in response to these.
Thank you. We need to move on. Right here in the front, young woman with the hand up.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping one of the fire chiefs could talk a little bit about long-range spotting and how far we actually saw embers jumping from one fire to other spot fires. And then additionally, we heard repeatedly fire crews requesting help, backup, and not having enough crews. Were you guys prepared enough for this? Do we have enough resources to fight these fires? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I'll start at the end and work back. No, LA County And all 29 fire departments in our county are not prepared for this type of widespread disaster. There are not enough firefighters in LA County to address 4 separate fires of this magnitude. We were prepared. We did get state pre-positioned resources that came from Northern California that were up in the Santa Clarita Valley. We did hire additional firefighters from the LA County Fire Department and pre-positioned them in the Santa Monica Mountains. The LA County Fire Department was prepared for 1 or 2 major brush fires, but not 4, especially given these sustained winds and low humidities. Like our Director of Emergency Management said, this is not a normal red flag alert. People were calling for help. We tried to get them the help that they needed. LA County right now, like the LA City Fire Department, is prioritizing life safety, but we're also engaging in structure defense, perimeter control, and aerial operations. Remember that the LA County Fire Department has 13 aerial assets available to it. In addition to our agency-owned helicopters, we have our 2 CL-415 Super Scoopers and our CH-47, which is part of the 3-county QRF. So we're prepared to keep fighting the fight. Like I said earlier, I've requested additional resources, not only from Northern California, but from out of state. We did that last night, yesterday. So we're doing the very best we can, but no, we don't have enough fire personnel in LA County between all of the departments to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple of just quick
I just
questions.
want to also acknowledge that that came down from Sacramento, State Senator Ben Allen and Sasha Perez, as well as our Santa Monica Mayor, Negrete, who's also present here. And I know that Congressman George Whiteside is flying in from Washington, D.C. He represents the Sylmar Santa Clarita area. And so we appreciate you all being here.
Thank you,
And I think
Chair
someone
Barger.
from the mayor's office would like to introduce.
Thank you, appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Celine Cordero, Deputy Chief of Staff to Mayor Bass. I just wanted to step forward and address the question about the mayor. The mayor will be on the ground shortly, very shortly this morning, and engaged
Fox local app. So wherever you're going to stay safe, please make sure you have that resource. It is available for free. You just download it, the Fox local app. You could get all this information. All right, the fast-moving Palisades fire. Of course, we've been talking about this. It's scorched already 5,000 acres.
It's also put 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders. So we're going to Gigi right
to be affected, and hopefully this fire that is burning here will not continue to spread. We believe there are firefighters on the other side, on the restaurant side. We just arrived here again, PCH and Sunset, and this is evidence that the fire yesterday begin to do justice to what we are seeing. House after house, for block after block, destroyed. This again, Toyota Drive between Corpus Christi Catholic Church, which is severely damaged. We believe the sanctuary has now collapsed. At least one huge building is a total loss. And Drummond. And let's go to this. A lot of talk on Sunset Boulevard, the grocery store. Again, the heart of the community. We saw the public library on fire. We saw the church on fire. Ralph's on the 15,000 block of Sunset Boulevard destroyed. It is just the walls are standing. And take a look at this video that we shot for you early this morning. This is what we saw up and down Sunset Boulevard. This is on Sunset and Rivas Canyon, where homes were burning on both sides of Sunset Boulevard, on both corners of Sunset. Homes completely destroyed. No firefighters in sight. Again, firefighters stretched thin. They're trying to save the homes that they can. Some homes are just left to burn when the loss is too great and they cannot save them. And then you have the water issues, and we're going to be talking a lot about that in the coming weeks, as will LA City Fire. What happened to the water? Now, this isn't the first time that fires in this area have had water issues. Back in, I believe, the 1990s, there was a fire in Malibu, and they had huge water issues. During the 1993 Malibu fire, there was a lack of water, and they had to drain water from swimming pools, which we actually saw LA City firefighters do today near the church that was burning. There was a home that was just burning to the ground right in front of the firefighters. They couldn't save it. They were trying to save the other home by using pool water. I'm going to ask photographer Tony Butita again. I'm on PCH here, right next to Gladstone. I'm just going to ask him to turn the camera around and just show you how gray, how dark. We drove through parts of PCH where it just appeared almost to be nighttime as this fire continues to find fresh fuel to burn. And sadly, that fresh fuel includes homes. The loss is going to be on a very large scale. And even more importantly, you heard Sheriff Robert Luna report this morning that they have reports of 2 fatalities. We don't know, and we broke the story early this morning, that a man was found here on Pacific Coast Highway with severe burns to almost his entire body. At one point, the rescuers thought he was naked because the fire had burned the clothes off of his body. He was in extremely critical condition, taken to the hospital, fighting for his life. We do not know if that is one of the 2 fatalities. We will learn more about that in the coming days. But that truly is the big story here, the loss of life. And of course, course, all the folks that are in the hospital with smoke inhalation, with some serious burns, including a firefighter with a serious head injury. I'm Gigi Garcia, live in Pacific Palisades. We're on Pacific Coast Highway. You're looking live at Gladstone's, the side of the restaurant, the garbage area, and an area used for storage has been now destroyed. And of course, we're hoping that the fire doesn't spread to this restaurant.
Gigi, you're showing us pictures of the fire jumping PCH over to the ocean side, and we saw pictures and images earlier of some of the lifeguard towers completely up in flames too. Is that near where you are? I don't know if she can hear me at this point.
Maybe we lost her.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry. Our signal, go ahead. You know, that's another thing that everybody is dealing with, and we saw this during the Malibu fire too, is the lack of cell signals, the cell towers that are burned that go down, and our signals have been spotty all morning long. It's very, very frustrating. Thankfully, the firefighters and the first responders, they have their radio communications, which have not been affected. But you were mentioning that lifeguard tower burned to the ground. A lot of folks, we believe, moved their cars across the street to the ocean side, thinking it would be safe there, and unfortunately it wasn't. They weren't safe. We saw multiple cars just burnt, just the shell of what was a car on the ocean side.
Wow, just goes to show how violent those winds were overnight. Clearly, we're not out of the woods yet, as we've been listening to Maria and Samana tell us the forecast coming up. But it's a very different look right now with daylight, and you can see just how devastating this fire continues to rage in the Palisades area. Thank you so much, Gigi, and please wear your mask, because the air quality, you could just tell right there, is very dangerous.
The air quality.
Well, first responders there on the beach wearing their masks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so from Gigi, we're going to go over to Mario. He's in the San Fernando Valley, where we're staying on top of the developments there because you have been covering the Hearst fire this morning.
That's right, and the Hearst fire is still burning out of control, about 500 acres, 505 to be exact. And we heard in that news conference a little earlier this morning that 3,000 residents here in this area remain under mandatory evacuation orders. And I want to show you the activity that we've been watching here from our vantage point along Sombrero and Sycamore here in the Oak Ridge mobile home community. Now, there are hundreds of homes here in this community. We see multiple agencies, LA City and County, Cal Fire, and U.S. Forest Service crews responding to this blaze. Officers also stationed here in the neighborhood. This all began, as first reported, around 10 o'clock last night, stretching to about 500 acres in a few hours. And right now, it is burning adjacent to the Angeles National Forest. Fortunately, away from these properties at the moment, but there are still mandatory evacuation orders that were issued for areas north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 and 14 freeway split. Mandatory evacuation orders mean you should leave if you haven't already. And I want to talk to Lupe and Val here. They are returning to the neighborhood after evacuating. They're sort of asking what's been going on and what things look like right now. Walk me through what it was like to evacuate last night.
So yesterday, he had saw the fire, and then I was actually at the store. So I came home and I saw it. My first instinct was just to grab him, get my dogs, and get my baby pictures, stuff like that. So I did that. I came, we ran inside. I was like, just help me grab something. And then I just put on some clothes. I got my social and my birth certificate, and then we just left. So then we went to his brother's house. We got both the cars, and then it was so hard to even get out. So they had to open an emergency exit for Oak Ridge, so we had to go out that way. But this, coming out the mobile park, it was so crowded, we couldn't really get out.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that congestion making our way in here early this morning. Val, sorry, I'm going to reach over you, but Val, I want to talk to you. What was that like? We saw the flames get dangerously close to these properties. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, we just heard a loud explosion, and then me and my brother went outside, and you can see one of the cell phone towers. I don't know if it's cell phone towers or the power towers, but there was just a huge fire in the back, and then immediately right away, so me and my brother just started going door to door, knocking on all the neighbors' houses, because there's a lot of elderly people that live over here. So obviously our main concern was getting everyone out of here and then ourselves too. So we just got all our cars, filled them up with as much stuff as we could, and we just left with our pets and stuff like that. Had to call my father-in-law too, because he has a ranch that's right here, right next to us too, with like 300 horses that are right there. And then he was right there trying to put out the fires as well too, trying to get all the horses evacuated and out of there as well.
And his ranch and livestock, everything okay there?
Yeah, everything's good. Luckily, they were able to get everything out, and then the fire didn't really get too close to the ranch.
And you guys have done this before. You've evacuated in this area before, I understand.
Yeah, it was in like 2019, but it was like way worse. The winds were blowing way stronger, but more towards this direction. And I know that a couple of houses caught fire over here, but luckily it wasn't as bad this year. But yeah, still gotta stay vigilant and be careful out here, especially with the high winds and stuff like that.
And then what now? I understand. You guys are still evacuated. Are you going to return home? Although that's not advised by fire officials. Where are you guys going?
I think we're just gonna wait till the air quality kind of dies down a little bit and try to see what the reports online say or when it's safe to come back like that. Because the winds are kind of blowing strong right now, so we don't want to be here, especially with the fire department and all that right here.
All right, Lupe, Val, thanks for talking to us. You guys stay safe. So a lot of these fire crews are still making their way through the area, so they're asking residents to leave if you haven't already. Keep these roads clear for these fire engines. As you can see, they're still going through some of these narrow streets. Now, we did see earlier there were several cars parked just under the 210 freeway right outside this community, and several residents said that they just parked their cars down there. They slept and they just really couldn't get any sleep. Of course, watching the updates and seeing what the fire was doing as it crept very close to these homes here. So we'll keep an eye on things, but that is the latest as we continue to feel those wind gusts. In Silmar, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Yeah, and we're just getting some information that we didn't know, but Gigi was telling us that when she was covering this same location back in 2008, which was the Sayre fire, right? At the time, it was the worst loss of homes due to fire in the city's history, right?
So nearly 500 homes burned down in what was known also as the Silmar fire. That was in November 2008.
So just an interesting perspective, and just we'll continue to basically compare and contrast, because obviously Los Angeles County has seen many fires throughout its history, but this one, as we've heard from experts, officials, Maria Samada talk about just how different this one is in the way these erratic winds are behaving, and so unpredictable, which makes it all more scary. I want to show you a look at the map of the Hearst fire where Mario is. A little over 500 acres have burned so far. Officials are warning that the worst of the winds could spread, though, this fire much farther out. Smoke advisory in effect, and residents, of course, urged to stay indoors. If you're able to stay indoors, please do so. And if you have like an air purifier too, it would be very useful to put that on as well.
That's right. And for anyone impacted by this Hearst fire, evacuation shelters have been set up. Those are located at Richie Valens Recreation Center on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima, the Northridge Park Center also on Reseda Boulevard in Northridge, and Sepulveda Recreation Center on Castor Avenue in Panorama City. And for those with large animals like horses, many residents in that area do have those horses. You can take them to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center in Burbank.
Horse owners can also contact the Compton Cowboys for assistance. CEO and founder Randy Savvy is offering assistance, emergency assistance for evacuation of those types of animals who need to transport their horses to safety. He is getting a lot of messages right now from residents who do need his help. And he's actually joining us on the phone right now to get us some more information. Randy, thank you for being with us, and thank you for the service you're offering.
Hey guys, I appreciate being here. I am en route right now, taking a bunch of messages. I'm getting a bunch of back and forth. It looks like a lot of help is coming in though, so a lot of the runs that I'm getting started to go with, within like 5 or 10 minutes, people are saying, oh, trailers are getting there, those horses are cleared. So I'm happy to hear that, but I am still on the route. I'm still taking phone calls. I'm still in my rig, so I got a few things coming in, so we'll see what's up.
How many horses would you say are in need of a shelter or protection at this point? Are seeing video of a lot of owners of ranches evacuating their horses overnight.
There are thousands of horses in Los Angeles and Greater Los Angeles. People don't realize how widespread and how prominent the horse community is in the state, because we're not like a suburban or one of those northern or midwestern states, people don't associate us with like farming and ranching. But in LA, there's so many different people, all different kinds. You got rancheros and vaqueros and charros from the Mexican community. You got black and white cowboys all over, even some natives. You got people that do hunter jumpers, all types of horses and all type of discipline and horse lovers all over the country. So I would definitely say
So what is the best way for people to contact you if they're in need of your services?
They can definitely text me to my phone number. Our number is 818-312-5933.
Across Southern California. Take a look at this. We do want to step away for a quick commercial break at Live Now from Fox, but we continue with more of this coverage. The fire is burning in Southern California. When we come
roaring, and that does not help with this active fire that's underway right now. So definitely a difficult situation as we continue to walk down El Molino. I can tell you we've spoken with a few residents at the end of this street who have decided to stay. They said that they just wanted to save their home. And one guy is trying to evacuate, but he, in the stress of it all, lost the keys to his car. So now he's scrambling, trying to find the keys to his car because he's got his car packed up, but he's unable to move it.
Wow.
So you can just imagine the stress that people are under.
Absolutely. Yeah, because in a moment's panic, when you're rushing and running around, you might have even packed those keys in one of your bags. You don't know. Maybe that's a reminder, too, when you're doing the Getty Set Go plan, right? And you're positioning your car in the driveway as you should be when you're told that it's a possibility you might have to evacuate, to perhaps even leave your keys in the car. I know that yesterday when so many people abandoned their vehicles in the middle of the road, right? One of the things was, hey, you guys, if you do this, leave your keys in the car. This is not a parking lot. Don't take your keys with you because you're not even thinking at that moment. Coco, we're watching this individual, it looks like a gentleman, trying to hose down the surrounding property of his home. This is just, oh my gosh, it's making me very nervous.
Right. The wind's whipping around.
Yes, it made us very nervous as well. We've been speaking to him. We gave him some extra masks as well because he's been using a towel over his face to try to, keep the smoke. There's a lot of smoke in the area too. That's another thing to worry about. But he's really just trying to save his home. So it kind of shows you the level of panic that people have out here, trying to save whatever they can. But it's easier said than done to just abandon your home, and I understand that. But fire crews are trying to tell people and to really evacuate the area and save yourself.
Right, not only evacuate while you can early on, but also they were urging people in the latest news conference this morning, which was just about an hour and a half ago, to not hose down your property and to conserve that water. Actually, turn off your gas, turn off your water, because fire officials do need those resources right now battling these blazes. And they were saying that this is unprecedented. They're calling in all personnel to help fight these fires. As you were mentioning, residents where you are, Coco, are wondering where the fire trucks are. But the fact is, the resources are spread so thin, they're calling on all available fire personnel to come in to try to help. And they say they have never been so short-staffed. And they even brought in personnel from up north, surrounding areas, because they were prepared for this big, severe wind event, but they didn't anticipate 4 major fires breaking out and the resources that they need today.
Yeah, they were saying, we were ready to fight 1, maybe 2, but 4 major fires like this, of this magnitude, we just weren't ready. They're saying it, quite honestly, it's just, this is something we've never experienced before. All right, we're saying, exactly. Is that the gentleman who found his keys, maybe, or that was a different vehicle?
That was a different vehicle that was honking at us. Someone that we spoke to earlier that clearly decided now to leave. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of frustration from residents to firefighters who feel like they don't have the resources to handle an event of this magnitude. And again, you just see this home just burning to the ground. There's lots of little explosions and embers as well. And again, these guys on top of this roof are still trying to save their home, but this is becoming more and more dangerous every minute.
Absolutely, Coco. This is so heartbreaking to watch and to listen to. Please stay safe, you and your crew. Make sure you keep your masks on, your goggles on. It is a very dangerous situation with the winds whipping around right there. All right, let's go back to Gigi Gracia covering the Palisades fire. You are near PCH and the ocean. What's the scene now?
Well, we're on PCH, we're at Gladstone's, and just moments after we went live reporting there was a fire on this side of the restaurant, we were actually heading to the other side where firefighters were staged. Apparently somebody saw that live shot, reported it, and LA City Fire arrived here and have managed and are still working actually on putting this fire out. This is a trailer, a metal trailer, the ones you often see on tractor trailer trucks, but this one is here permanently. It was being used as a storage facility for the popular popular restaurant on Pacific Coast Highway. This was completely on fire. Everything inside, whatever was in there, has been destroyed. And actually, you might be able to make out that black smoke because it continues to burn in there, even though the flames have been put out. And then to the left of that trailer is the garbage bin area of the restaurant. As far as we can see, the restaurant has not been affected, which of course is a good thing. Gladstone's has been here for decades. Most folks in Los Angeles have probably been here at one time or another. A very popular place for tourists, for locals to come and have seafood right on the beach. So LA City Fire to the rescue from Fire Station 238. We see them right here. Or is that 238, I believe? And that is in Wilmington. So Wilmington, LA City Fire have now been able to put this fire. They're going to be standing by for any possible hot spots. Part of the wall on the restaurant has also burnt. And we were talking about the fire jumping Pacific Coast Highway. I'm going to ask photographer Tony Buchanan, and I've been asking him things all day long. I'm going to ask you to turn around. I want to go up there. We're on Sunset Pacific Coast Highway, and we're starting to see a black plume, and that just means that the fire has hit some fresh fuel, whether that's a home, whether that's a structure, whether that's vegetation, unclear, but that dark black smoke tells you that something is burning. You may be able to make out part of a structure that looks like it was burnt probably yesterday, but the fire not completely out, and we're just starting to see that loom up here. Pacific Coast Highway is gray, it is dark, it's as if it were 6 o'clock in the afternoon here because of all the smoke. That is the latest from Pacific Palisades and our continuing coverage of the Palisades fire, very much out of control. And those winds, those wind gusts, we are continuing to feel them here in Pacific Palisades. We'll send it back to you.
And Gigi, I hear a little relief in your voice, given the fact that Gladstone's has been saved at this point. But really, you know, you don't survey the damage of the smoke.
We lost our signal.
Even if, okay, Gigi's going to go and get connected, but, you know, you can say a structure has been saved because it hasn't caught on fire, but the smoke damage inside those homes, the furniture, some of all that can be totally totaled in a fire like this. So now we're looking at a map of this fire and some of the evacuation areas. The evacuation centers for the Palisades fire victims. Let's tell you about those. So evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. This is on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Another evacuation center open is the Dream Center in Los Angeles, so that's an option as well.
Yeah, and when it comes to livestock and larger animals, a separate evacuation centers. All of this. And we do know for all those evacuees, Planet Fitness is actually opening all their locations and doors for people to come in, to shower, to power up their phones, to use their Wi-Fi. So that is an option for evacuees needing a place for a shower and some power. All right, this is the video of Palisades fire from late last night. As we've been showing you, it's burned 5,000 acres. No sign of containment so far. And Chelsea Edwards was there overnight hours posting this video on social media, driving through the Palisades fire on her way back to the station. So you can see some of those houses burning. and actually leveled to the ground. Let's listen to the video.
So we're taking a look here at some of the footage that was shot late last night, overnight for the Palisades fire. This is courtesy reporter down on the ground for Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
the rest of my forecast, the 7-day, we'll talk more about that in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll say back to you, Farn. Well, yeah, thank you for the update on the winds, of course. The erratic winds is the problem in all of this, and we continue to keep an eye on things in Palisades, of course, towards Malibu and Santa Monica. You can see those winds really pushing the smoke and flakes to the west right now, and this is a situation in the Palisades area where 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, and Gigi Gracia has been providing details all morning long. Gigi, what's the latest?
Just a short while ago, we were on PCH at Gladstone's as LA City firefighters put out a small fire that was threatening the restaurant. Now we're on Positano, right above where we were. And the damage, the devastation that we are seeing. This entire block on the beach side of the street has been taken out. You can see there what was once, no doubt, a beautiful home with the most amazing view. And you might be able, yeah, there is the view. Tony Butita is showing you right across the street from the ocean. And this is not all the houses. You can see the American flag that continues to burn. We're going to show you a little bit. There are homes up and down the street. You can see on the left side up there, that structure most likely burnt yesterday, and behind it right now, we're seeing thick black smoke coming. So we believe another structure on another street is on fire. Photographer Tony Butita, careful, there is so much debris in the street here as these homes burn down. And we've been walking the street, and it is one home after another that is absolutely devastated. We've got this home here. 17,000 block of Positano. This is right above Pacific Coast Highway. We count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least half a dozen homes that have burnt to the ground. And most of them are on the beach side of the street. They appear to have been burnt yesterday, and this most likely happened when that fire burned here to Pacific Coast Highway and then jumped PCH, and there are a lot of.
Oh, we're losing Gigi's signal and her audio as she's walking around there. Obviously, the signal and the communication is spotty right there, but we do appreciate her reports when she could come out to us. Hopefully, we'll get her signal back. And we do want to tell you about the evacuation center that has been set up for fire victims. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. There you see the address, 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. Let's talk about the animals though, right? When it comes to livestock and larger animals, a separate evacuation center is open at Pierce College. That's at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. LA County Animal Shelter is taking in the smaller animals, dogs, cats, that sort of thing. The address there is 29525 Agora Road in Agora Hills. All right, well, there's another fire we're keeping an eye on, of course, the Hearst fire roaring through the hillsides in Sylmar, fueled again by the strong winds and dry conditions. And yeah, thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate their homes, and evacuation centers are open in Pacoima, Northridge, and around the city. For more on this, let's join back in with Mario and see what's going on in Sylmar. Mario.
Roxy, Sandra, well, we are still feeling those strong, sustained winds and really powerful gusts. We have an update. We are now seeing those air-dropping helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, at least here at Sylmar, just above this activity. And you can see we've been watching the flames here making their way up the ridge here, and just behind the hillsides here, it continues to burn out of control. The first fire initially reported at about 50 acres around 10 o'clock last night, and it quickly grew to 500 acres in just a few hours, driven by these high winds and dry vegetation. Now, this broke out near the 5 freeway, where it meets the 14 and 210 freeways here in the San Fernando Valley. And we should mention several areas are still under mandatory evacuations, which means leave now. They include residents along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Bridal Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive. A little farther to the north, the area near Whitney Canyon Park has also been ordered to evacuate. And that's basically a large area north of the 210 freeway from Roxburgh Street. 3 evacuation shelters have been set up, but the main one, Richie Downs Rec Center on Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Pacoima. And there's also a lot of traffic in the area, and that's because the eastbound 210 freeway in Sylmar is closed, and the connector to the southbound 5 freeway also temporarily shut down.
big fire we've been through this area. Not a notification from the government at all. We got notified by our neighbors. This is a real close knit community. We look out for each other, and our neighbors are around telling us of the fire. So we heeded the warning, we evacuated, and with the wind blowing towards the west, till we felt safe enough to come back in this morning.
Now, that's interesting because we did hear from some residents this morning that said they were alerted on their phones, but others who said they weren't. And like you said, neighbors were knocking on each other's doors, trying to get everybody out safely. So maybe some inconsistency with that system in place. Now, walk me through this area here, just behind these houses. What does it look like? Because it's really hard to access this area.
It's all wildland up that way. We have a lot of wildlife, like the deer's right behind you right now, running around. It's all wildland up here, and then once you get over the hill, you go into Santa Clarita, which they have a nature preserve up there, and beyond that is the meat production area. But it's us, and then we have the commercials to the west of us, and then we have our community here. And, lovely place to live, we look out for each other, and we pay the price to live in nature. So this is their land.
And you mentioned that you had been through this before, similar evacuations. How does this compare to some of the others?
A lot less scary. Saddle Ridge fire from a few years back was a lot more intense and a lot faster moving. So that one was a lot more scary. This one, we were able to take our time to get out safely because the fire department was here real fast. And their engines were up here setting up while we took off, which wasn't the case last time.
Unfortunately, no structures here, no injuries that we're aware of. Anything you want to say to the fire crews that have been out here?
Thank you guys for everything you do. It's a thankless job. It's a thankless job for the most part. We appreciate everything, and we appreciate what you, the media, do in keeping us notified. So thank you to our first responders and everybody out here helping each other.
All right, thanks so much. We're just glad you're safe. So as you can see, some residents, although the evacuation orders, mandatory evacuations are still in place, so are returning to their neighborhoods to assess the damage and take a look at how close the flames got to these properties before they tapered off here early this morning. But it is still happening, that strong wind event, and those flames are still being carried a little farther north from our location here. Live in Stillmore, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, it's a good reminder that a lot of people have been impacted by fires in the past. Residents who have dealt with this situation, that resident right there talking about the 2019 Saddle Ridge fire that burned 8,700 acres in the San Fernando Valley area. He said how fast moving it was compared to the Hearst fire, though. The Hearst fire right now holding at 500 acres as far as we know, but again, we'll get updated information and numbers throughout the day. So for anyone impacted by this Hearst fire, evacuation shelters are located, as Mario mentioned, at the Richie Valens Recreation Center. That's on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima. We also have an evac center in Northridge Park on Reseda Boulevard in Northridge, and Sepulveda Recreation Center. That's at Kester Avenue in Panorama City. So with those with large animals like horses, you can take those animals to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center in Burbank.
Also, an update here, all Pasadena schools will be closed for the rest of the week. So all Pasadena schools will not be functioning. All right, let's move on to the Eaton fire, which has doubled in size overnight, really forcing thousands of people having to flee from their homes here in Pasadena.
Coco's there live in Altadena with a closer look, and all suited up, Coco, because it's dangerous. You see those whipping winds around you.
It is really dangerous out here on the ground for the Eaton fire. We're now at Calaveras and Catherine, and you can see that the situation is still ongoing. I can tell you this home, 638 Calaveras, is engulfed in flames. The homes next door is also engulfed. And the reason why I'm giving addresses is because I'm getting a lot of messages from people wondering about their homes and the condition of their homes. And some of these homes we're just simply not able to get to because they're impassable because of the fire here in Altadena. But as we walk this way, you can just see all of the fire that continues to burn on these homes. And we do know that 2,000 acres, more than 2,000 acres, are on fire right now. We also know at least 2 people have died and several more are injured from the Eaton fire. But something that I can tell you that we've been experiencing while out here is the whipping winds. The winds are still extremely strong. because of the fact that the embers are flying as well. I don't know if you were able to hear that popping noise. There are lots of little explosions that are happening as well with all of the items that are burning. You can see now, obviously, a portion of that roof just caved in as this home continues to burn. And it's difficult to find people out here, which is a good thing because the LA County firefighters have been telling people to please evacuate this area. It's been very difficult for some people to leave their homes, and I've been talking to them, but obviously the most important thing is to live with your life. But it's going to be difficult for the residents to see their homes burn to the ground. I had several residents asking me if I could get firefighters to come to their homes, and obviously I can't do that because of the fact that they're doing the very best they can, and they're low on resources and also low on firefighters that can help fight these flames. This is 676 Calavera, and you can see that this home is burned to the ground as well. So a lot of devastation in this neighborhood here in Altadena from the Eden fire, and we know the winds are continuing to whip. Firefighters are on specific streets trying to battle those flames. We also know that the Altadena Sheriff's Station had to be evacuated because that was threatened by this fire as well. It's moving very quickly, and some people are staying out trying to save their home, but the majority have left the area for now.
All right, Coco, thank you. Stay safe there where you are. And you can see Coco has that mask, the goggles on, of course, because the fire is so irritating to all of your senses. Maria, we're watching and waiting. We talked about how the winds may back up a little bit, right? Help a little bit, provide some relief, but the way they're behaving, I don't know how much relief that's going to create.
It's going to back down a little, but just not soon enough. It's going to be a little bit later today. And, we talked about this yesterday. If you notice the smoke and the direction that it's flowing from that northeasterly direction towards the west and southwest, that's classic, the Santa Ana wind that we have been talking about, and that is going to continue. I did just update some of the peak wind gusts from early this morning. Fremont Canyon out towards Orange County, Santa Monica Mountains, 94 mile per hour wind gusts. You can imagine what that can do in terms of where these fires are and what it can do with those embers and spread it several miles down wind. Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles per hour. Magic Mountain Truck Trail up the San Gabriel Mountains, 90 mile per hour wind gusts early this morning. Rancho Cucamonga, 83 mile per hour winds, and at the Eaton Canyon area, 70 plus miles per hour. And this will continue. These wind gusts are still in the forecast through today. Current winds right now, you can see all the brightly colored areas. Some of the wind weather stations actually were not getting some of the reports at the moment, so we're going to try to look for some other ones nearby. But you can see the brightly colored contour areas, particularly down south into Orange County now. Particularly dangerous situations here as well with these sustained winds near 40 miles per hour. So wind gusts, again, potentially between 60 to 80 plus miles per hour. Extreme wildfire danger. This is going to continue. Red flag warnings have been extended to tomorrow. The wind warnings are due to expire this evening for some areas at 6 p.m. So that's when you start to see some noticeable difference. However, that being said, the fire danger is still going to be with us, and it's still going to be a breezy offshore wind. Red flag warning, look at how widespread it is. From Ventura County south all the way down to Orange County, parts of San Diego. So just because you're not where these fires are burning right now, the danger is there for everyone. So we want you to be ready. Remember the plan, the ready, set, go fire plan. Make sure you have this conversation with your family, have your ready to go bag. Parking restrictions are in place. Make sure you also park your car in the right way so that you can go quickly if you are told to do so by officials. Here are the high wind warnings. Widespread, due to expired around 6 p.m. or at least get downgraded. We're going to continue to monitor it closely. However, right now there are no signs of it letting up. So be prepared for more of these winds. Where's the rain? We've just not had any rain. This is part of the reason why this is such an extreme event. It is unusual to get these winds quite this early in the year or late in the season. We've had no rain for the month of January. February, typically the second wettest month of the year, we get over 3 to 4 inches of rain. We've gotten 0. December, the third wettest month of the year, we got very little rain. November, the same. So
we're listening here to some of the coverage courtesy of our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Here, a full breakdown from their meteorologist there regarding some rainfall totals and why that has had such a big impact on these fires that we are monitoring here. This is a live picture out at that Palisades fire that continues to burn. Just take a look at that. Striking images as we're seeing the helicopters roll through trying to douse those flames, trying to extinguish them, and they are so close to so many structures there. We have seen over 1,000 structures that have just been burned completely to the ground. Tens of thousands of people across Los Angeles County under mandatory evacuation orders at this time. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break at Live Now from Fox, but we continue with more on this developing story when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you straight back out to our partners down at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Before I do so, though, let me give you a couple of these live images as we continue to follow these wildfires that are burning across Los Angeles County in Southern California. There's 4 different vantage points as we see smoke really fill up the skies. Taking a look here at Santa Monica, California, in Los Angeles, at LAX, and Mount Wilson in California. And then we do have a closer look down on the ground for the Palisades fire. Take a look at this. We are seeing structures completely being burned down to the ground. Right now, the photographer there, working with a reporter, has a really close-up shot of this house. But if we were to pan out, you can see that that house is just completely destroyed. As we have seen with several hundred other structures. At last check, we have seen that over 1,000 structures have been destroyed and 2 people have been killed because of these fires. Let's head back to Fox 11 Los Angeles for the latest when it comes to all of these evacuations, where people need to go if they need to get safety, and also checking in with their reporters on the ground.
crisis, you see a community coming together, and that's certainly what you're doing, opening your church doors to the community in need and providing that safe sanctuary for so many people who are just dealing with extreme loss right now.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like what Mr. Rogers said, in times of crisis, you got to look for the helpers, and you got to be the helpers.
Yeah, it's so tough because right now people are going through the motions, of course, right? You're just trying to get out of harm's way and just react immediately to what's happening. And that sense of loss will really settle in the days, weeks, and months, even years to come.
Absolutely. But yeah, if you're not able to help here at the church, I would just say check in on your neighbors, make sure that the people around you are okay, and just do whatever you can wherever you are.
All right, Reverend, thank you so much for the work you're doing for the community, for evacuees right there. And we do hope that people can bring supplies that are much needed to the All Saints Pasadena Church. You see the address right there on the screen, 132 North Euclid Avenue in Pasadena. This is just across the street from Pasadena City Hall. But again, only do so safe. That's right. Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Take care. Be safe.
You as well. Federal aid on the way for local wildfire efforts. Governor Newsom says that President Biden quickly approved funding after a text message request.
I saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed. Not a few, many structures already destroyed. And the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning. We're just coming down the canyon is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is to listen to these evacuation orders.
FEMA has granted federal assistance to help cover firefighting costs. The White House says that Biden has been briefed and directed as his team is trying to stay in contact with state and local officials. High winds. Dave Brown, President Biden's planned trip to the Coachella Valley. You may recall he was supposed to be there yesterday, where he was set to announce two new national monuments honoring Native American tribes. But all of that changed, and that did not happen. But also that's another reason Governor Newsom happened to be in the area, so he was able to join in on the press briefing immediately yesterday when all of this happened.
That's right. And if you're wondering where is Mayor Karen Bass, well, she was heading back from her trip from Africa, and she's still on her way back, but she has urged residents through tweets and other forms of communication to follow evacuation orders and avoid the Pacific Palisades area. She does, of course, have representatives involved in all of this emergency response. She says key roads, including parts of PCH and Topanga Canyon Boulevard, as we know, are closed, and firefighters with regional support are battling the flames as high winds make the situation dangerous. So she's been tweeting and putting out messages stressing the importance of staying informed through Notify LA and LA City Fire updates. So you're taking a live look now at the conditions outside. Let's go back out to Mario for an update on the Hearst fire still roaring through the hillsides in Sylmar. Mario.
Hi, Sandra. Yeah, we've watched several of these super scooper drops here over the Hearst fire in Sylmar, and they've been ineffective because of these strong winds. We want to show you exactly what we're talking about. Hopefully we can catch one here as fire engines, fire crews make their way in and out of this mobile home community here in Sylmar. This is the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Community in the San Fernando Valley, just off the 210 freeway. Hundreds of homes here in this gated community, and we've seen LA City and County along with CAL FIRE and U.S. Forest Service crews here responding. Police officers are still stationed here around the neighborhood in front of some of these homes. And we should mention this started. It was initially reported around 10 o'clock last night at 50 acres, stretching to about 500 in a few hours, and right now burning adjacent to the Angeles National Forest. Mandatory evacuation orders still in place for areas north of the 210 freeway from Rockford Street to the 5 and 14 freeway split. And those mandatory evacuations mean if you haven't left, you should leave now. Evacuation warnings, meanwhile, in place for parts of Santa Clarita along Cal Grove Boulevard and the Newhall Pass, Wildwood, and Eternal Valley. And we heard during that news conference a little earlier that residents leaving their homes should turn on water and gas if they can, to fire with that water pressure issue that they've been having in some of these areas where they're battling flames. Now, some of the residents we talked to this morning received emergency alerts late last night to evacuate. Others, you may have heard a little earlier in our live reports, did not. Several told us they started going door to door and honking their horns, trying to get residents out. Fortunately, the flames have not spread to any structures here. There is an evacuation shelter that's been set up at the Richie Downs Rec Center in Pacoima. Large animals, meanwhile, evacuating to the LA Equestrian Center in Burbank. And let's talk about the Sayre fire back in 2008. Residents recall that fire destroying over 480 of these mobile homes. Incredible to think that back in 2008 they were left with nothing and had to build from scratch, and they did, and that's why a lot of these mobile homes here in the neighborhood are fairly new. Now, the priority for crews here has been getting people out of their homes safely and doing everything they can to then protect these structures from going up in flames, but a major challenge to contain any of these wildfires with the winds that we continue to see. And when you hear that the worst of the wind is yet to come, it is alarming considering the open flames that we've been talking about here all morning and all day yesterday. Now, as far as the air drops that we've been watching here behind us, they'll come through those fixed-wing aircraft, they'll drop water, but before it hits the ground or hits the hillside there, it basically is swept away by the wind and evaporates. So we haven't seen them in the last 15 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes, so maybe they've paused it for now, but they're still dealing with that difficult challenge of dropping water on these fires with these really strong winds. Live at Silmar, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Yeah, Mario, we're getting an update from the Angeles National Forest. They're posting the most recent update saying that the fire is now 505 acres right there, the Hearst fire. Mario's reporting at, and they're focusing on establishing control lines along the 210 freeway north of the Santa Clara Divide Road. And you were talking, Mario, about the aerial attacks. There have been 3 large air tankers requested and assigned to this fire, but now they're asking for 2 Type 1 helicopters to respond to this because probably they're changing up their tactics. As Mario was mentioning, he's witnessing those water drops not being effective there because of the wind and the terrain right there. So, Mario, you may see different types of aerial assaults coming from 2 Type 1 helicopters if they do respond to that area. Again, the Hearst fire burning in Silmar.
Yeah, that is what we were thinking, Sandra. You're exactly right. Maybe they realized that those water drops were ineffective and sort of said, hey, let's change our plan of action here and figure out exactly where to go from here. But we were surprised to see those fixed-wing aircraft up above the Hearst fire here because we had heard during that news conference that the winds were so strong. So we continue to feel those gusts. I know that they're going to keep building these conditions throughout the day. But yes, definitely a challenge here for firefighters and residents here all along Sycamore Street. Now these utility crews and U.S. Forest Service crews are lining up to go into the canyon there. So it's definitely a busy area for these fire engines and these crews that continue to make their way up here into the Hearst fire.
All right, Mario, thank you for that update. Keep us posted on how those aerial attacks are going.
All right, so that's the update from the Hearst fire there. Let's go to Coco Live following the Eaton fire for us, and this is in Altadena.
Oh, that does not look good.
The fire conditions here for the Eden fire have gotten worse since I last spoke to you about 15 minutes ago. We know the Eden fire now stands at 10,000 acres. And also this home that I was showing you 15 minutes ago, the conditions here have worsened as well. This is 638 Calaveras because we're at Calaveras and Catherine Road right now. And the fire from the home actually spread to the trees. You can see those trees are scorched, but it also spread to the power lines, which is another problem as well. And we've seen a lot of downed power lines in this neighborhood as well, something that's making this very dangerous. And I can also tell you that the winds have not let up, at least here in Altadena. And that's because of the dryness and everything, and the winds, it's making this fire even worse. Because every time we get that aggressive wind gust, the fire ends up scorching even more. And it really is making us more of an inferno. So this is really bad for the entire neighborhood here. We have not seen too many residents in the area. There are some people that have been driving through. I think that those are people who are trying to see if their home is still standing. just up the road from us. So right now, this street is ultimately unmanned. And so
It's up to 10,000 acres now.
but the firefighters are doing the best they can. The good news, if there is any good news in this, is the fact that they have had access to water so far in this portion of the community. So they've been able to fight the fire as best they can, but they have limited resources. So there aren't enough fire.
I'm trying to remember what the Aspen fire was.
To battle the fires, and that's why
Quite a
there's
bit.
so many homes burning to the ground. But again, thousands upon thousands of people are evacuated. They're heading to wherever they can. Some people told us they were going with family members. Other people are going to the Pasadena Convention Center, where there is an evacuation center set up right now. We do know that at least 2 people have died in the Eden fire and several other people have been injured, but we will not have really an accurate count until this all subsides, because right now the focus is on the firefight and making sure to get out the flames. But then as the days continue, we will unfortunately continue to hear some of the devastating news about people who may have suffered some injuries from trying to escape these fires, especially if they stayed past the evacuation warnings. And I've been speaking with some people who did do that, and you know, like they said, it's easier said than done sometimes to simply evacuate your home. Some people feel like this is all they have and all their memories are inside of it, but you know, firefighters are telling people they need to evacuate, but like I said, for some people, they just tell me it's easier said than done.
Absolutely. And speaking of evacuations, there is help available for people who do need to get out of their homes, get out of harm's way. Evacuation shelters have been set up for this area at El Camino Real Charter High School, also Pasadena Convention Center, as well as the Westwood Recreation Center, which is taking in people from the Palisades fire as well. So there are places for people to go, and there's a lot of help out there for people, and it is better to go than to be unsafe and be in a dangerous situation trying to save your home.
In fact, Coco, while we have you, just quickly, do you have an update on that gentleman who was searching for his car keys, trying to get out, and he couldn't find the car keys, and the other gentleman who was on the roof trying to hose down his property?
So we ended up leaving that street because it did get very dangerous, but I can tell you that the good news is, you just heard that big explosion there. The good news is the man who was looking for his car keys did find his keys, and he just busted out of there. So I was very happy to see that, because you can just imagine the stress. He was looking for flashlights, he was asking for help trying to find his keys, but we have not been able to get back to that street that was Sacramento Street, where the 2 men were on top of the roof hosing down their property. I'm hoping that they've left by now, but they really were determined to try to save their house. They were spraying down their roof. They were spraying the neighbor's house that was also on fire, because firefighters weren't able to get to that area either. But if we're able to make our way back, I'm really hoping that they did end up evacuating.
Yeah. Well, we want you to be safe as well as your crew, and don't get into harm's way as well, and make sure that you stay safe with your protective gear on, because you can see those winds just shifting, the smoke around, whipping around, and it can be very dangerous. So thank you so much, Coco. We'll check back in with you, and you're taking a live look at, once again, an aerial view of the situation going on right now, some of the aerial attacks going on as fire crews try to battle the blazes breaking out here in Southern California. So let's go to this brand new video just coming into our newsroom right here. Marine One landing at the San Juan Airport. This is earlier this morning. So it's believed that President Biden toured the damage of the Palisades fire. Okay, probably from above getting that view.
Okay, and then there's this. Oh my gosh, my heart stopped when I saw this yesterday, right? The historic Getty Villa right there on PCH in the Palisades is experiencing some damage to the ground. Trees and plants have burned, however, no structures on fire, and both the Staffney art collection, we're told, is safe. The museum's galleries and library archives were protected from smoke by state-of-the-art air handling systems. Additionally, the double wall construction of the galleries provided protection. That is something I was actually wondering about, and there you have it. The Getty Villa will remain closed through Monday at this point. We'll see what the update is later.
We're listening here to coverage courtesy of our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as we continue to monitor all of these wildfires that are burning across Los Angeles County and also across Southern California as a whole. Taking a look here at a live picture as we are seeing that the smoke still continues to grow. Those plumes so close to so many structures there as thousands of homes continue to be threatened due to these fires, and also tens of thousands of people have been forced to flee from their homes under mandatory evacuations. We're sliding away for a quick 2-minute break. We continue with more of this coverage, the wildfires burning in Southern California, when we come back. I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this relief. Rinvoq can stop joint damage, and in PSA can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and TB. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoke, heartbreak, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take that with yours.
Welcome back into Live Now for Fox. I'm your host, Guadalajara. I want to showcase these compelling images that we are getting from across Southern California. Multiple wildfires burning in Los Angeles County. And take a look at this. So much of the smoke that you can see from several of these vantage points, including in Santa Monica, Los Angeles, at LAX, and in Rockwell City, California. We have been relying on our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they continue to bring us all of the latest updates. Let's head back to their coverage now.
Pacific Palisades, just one of the numerous fires we're watching. I want to show you this. This is our visibility map. We typically would show you this map when we're talking about the marine layer or the fog, but look at how active it is. This is smoke. So this is picking up all the smoke that's outside. And if you head outside, we've been talking about how overcast it looks and how dreary and gloomy. This is not from the cloud cover, this is from the smoke. That being said, remember how toxic smoke is. There is an air quality alert widespread across SoCal. This is all related to the fires and the smoke. So we've got a lot of red dots, very dark red dots for very unhealthy or hazardous conditions for us. For your lungs, this is very, very unhealthy and toxic. So please, if you have to be outdoors, make sure you have a mask on. Do not do any kind of physical activity outdoors. And officials are urging everyone to stay indoors when you can with windows closed. And if you have to get in your car and drive around and get to somewhere, please put it on research so that you don't inhale this very toxic air. The wind situation is still quite gusty, sustained 20 to 40 miles per hour, gusting near 60 plus miles per hour. Some of the heavier winds we're picking up, not just here across parts of in that grapevine, but down in Orange County, up towards Santa Ana, of course, some of them are mountain locations and our foothill communities, the usual wind-prone areas that drive through the San Gorgonio Pass, very gusty. These winds are going to stay with us. Very powerful winds. The high wind warnings are in effect through about 6 p.m. tonight. So that means that these winds are going to stay strong, maintain through at least the afternoon, and then we'll start to see a little bit of the relaxing of those winds, but it won't be until later this afternoon. So extreme wildfire danger is going to continue. In fact, red flag warnings were extended through at least tomorrow, and then watches will take over on Friday, and then the impacts from that, of course, potential downed trees, power lines. We have power outages out there as a precaution. I know I've been getting the text messages. You might have been getting the text messages and the phone calls as well. A lot of the street lights, the signals are out as well. So drive safely and try to avoid driving at all because we have a lot of debris on the road. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is what the National Weather Service deems as extreme. We had this type of warning put out by the National Weather Service back in early December, late November for those high wind events. The last time that they did this was back in 2020, so that's how serious this is. Me, myself, personally, I think it was back 2011 was the last time we saw the weather conditions quite this extreme. It has been that long, and the result, of course, is what we're seeing outside. The smallest spark can cause a fire that can spread rapidly under these weather conditions, and it did exactly that. It exploded and spread in such a quick amount of time. Again, these high wind warnings, 6 p.m., that's when we hope that those winds will start to back down. Here is our futurecast watching the storms continue to rise up and over this area of high pressure. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any rain headed our way, not through the extended, not through the weekend. I do want to point out that as we watch an area of low pressure, this could, by next week, Monday, Tuesday, as this area of low pressure spins inland, high pressure offshore, we could get another round of very strong Santa Ana winds. So that's in the long range forecast. We're going to wait and see if that actually happens, but just want to give you a heads up. The dry conditions will continue, high fire danger will continue, and we could get another round of moderate at this point to strong Santa Anas next week, Monday. We've had 0 rain this month so far. This is part of the problem. Typically, we would get over 3 inches of rain, and that would help to mitigate fire danger. January, typically the second wettest month of the year, behind December, and we did not get much rain at all in December as well. So we have a deficit that has been growing almost 4.5 inches below average. If you consider the water year, the season that we mark from the beginning of October to the present time, this 3-4 month period, third driest on record for us. So this is a historic time with these conditions. Look at this. This is the normal precipitation we would get here, the average, right? Here we are, way down here, just 2/100th of an inch of rain in December, only 14/100th in November, not much at all in October, just trace amounts. So here's our 7-day forecast as we look at the long range. We got a couple days here, really windy to breezy conditions with high fire danger. Friday to Saturday, maybe we'll get that return of the onshore, a little bit of moisture coming back in. But as we get into Monday, Tuesday, maybe another round of strong gusty winds.
We're getting to that 7-day outlook from the meteorologist at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. I do want to bring up this live picture though, as we continue to see several of these crews battle these fires. This is the Palisade fire that is continuing to burn there in Los Angeles, and crews are having a hard time right now, as you just heard from the meteorologist at Fox 11. I mean, these strong winds are fueling these flames that continue to spread out. Most of these fires are continuing to grow as the time does pass, and crews struggling again with that containment. We are stepping away for a quick commercial break. We continue with more of this coverage on the wildfires when we come back.
Probably lose a couple people. I don't know. Don't doubt it.
Okay, so I want to look at the notes. I'm going to type in Ariel in. Okay. All right, so here we go. Same old layout. Okay. So this column is telling me what, guys? Okay. This column is time. Time. What's this column? First into the note, right? Okay, and the note is done, right? So I want to add column. I'm going to just get click. Right? So you choose one here. What combination of block and type one. Okay.
Mike.
Welcome back to Live National Fox as we continue to monitor several of these wildfires that are burning across the Los Angeles area on this Wednesday, destroying homes, businesses, closing schools, clogging roadways, and forcing tens of thousands of people to flee. The Palisades fire breaking out on Tuesday, early morning on Tuesday, ripping through Los Angeles Pacific Palisades neighborhood. It's a hillside area along the coast dotted with celebrity residences and memorialized by the Beach Boys. In the frantic haste to get to safety, roadways we saw became impassable when scores of people abandoned their vehicles and fled on foot, some on suitcases. Then we were also watching out for a second fire, dubbed the Eaton Fire, also breaking out Tuesday evening near Pasadena. Our crews at Fox 11 in Los Angeles were at the scene as a group of nursing home residents were being evacuated from the area, in addition to family members and loved ones living in nursing homes. Animals were also seen being escorted out of that dangerous fire. We do have a few of these live cameras that we continue to monitor. Take a look here at your screen. All of this at this time right now. So you are taking a look here at 4 different vantage points, including out of Santa Monica, Los Angeles, LAX, and Mount Wilson, all of them in California. We know that with the Eaton Fire, like I was just discussing moments ago, 2 people had died as a result of the fire. That's according to county officials when they held a briefing on Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, firefighters also battling the 3rd blaze, dubbed the Hearst Fire, that started around 10:30 p.m. Tuesday, that's local time, Pacific time. It quickly prompted evacuations in Soma, a San Fernando Valley community that is the northernmost neighborhood in Los Angeles. And there's still 2 more additional fires because we are seeing these embers, these flames continuing to spread, all of this being fueled and pushed by Santa Ana winds that have topped to 60 miles per hour in some places. Those winds were expected to increase overnight, producing isolated gusts that could top about 100 miles per hour in the mountains and foothills, including in areas that haven't seen substantial rain in months. And that's what we've been hearing from the meteorologist on location at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Very dry season over there in California. And with these strong winds all contributing to the situation that we're witnessing at this moment. And California's Governor Gavin Newsom declaring a state of emergency, warning that the worst of the winds were expected again overnight on Tuesday, all the way up to this morning at 5 a.m. local time on Wednesday. But we are still not in the clear just yet, because our last check, we also heard that the Eaton fire had grown to over 10,000 acres in the area that it's burning. We are stepping away for our final commercial break of this hour, but we continue with wall-to-wall continuing coverage of these deadly wildfires that have forced tens of thousands to evacuate from Southern California. Next. Welcome back, and thanks for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox as we continue to track all of these wildfires that are burning across Southern California. Tens of thousands of people forced to flee their homes and evacuate, as we have continued to see so many of these neighborhoods just completely leveled out because of these fires that continue to rage in some of these areas. Let's head straight back out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They have continuing coverage, and right now they are discussing the fact that President Biden is set to meet up with California's Governor Gavin Newsom regarding this scene.
properties and cars for this matter, and now are displaced. And that's going to take a lot of money in terms of rebuilding and home insurance rates, car insurance rates, everything. There's a domino effect in all of this, and that's certainly going to impact our economy and personal economies of every single family impacted by this.
And that's been a huge issue, Sandra. And that's hopefully something else maybe we can get some clarity at this briefing today. Insurance, fire insurance in California, a lot of companies dropping people from their plans because insurance companies basically deeming it too high a risk to insure people. So a lot of people who lost their homes who don't have insurance. And so what do they do? Where do they go? And should there be changes in terms of the insurance policies going forward? Because, as we know, this isn't going to be the last fire. This isn't going to be the last wind event like this.
I guess the president's on his way to meet with the governor.
So I think there's real questions about
Oh,
what we do when it comes to insurance going forward.
All right, Alex, lots of questions. Hopefully you get some of these answers for us. You will be there. Looking forward to hearing what President Biden and Governor Newsom have to say in this briefing. Thank you for being there this morning after a late night. All right, as we approach the 11 o'clock hour right now, good morning to all of you. If you've been watching us from yesterday into today, we've had continuous coverage of this very serious, dire situation, really tragedy here in LA County. Thank you for being with us. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
I'm Sandra, and a devastating morning for so many communities dealing with a number of fires here in the South. I want to get you up to date, though, on the very latest. So we do have a Rob DeCastro out there in the field. We have numerous reporters all across the area. But Bob, with the latest on the Woodley fire that just erupted this morning in the Sepulveda Basin.
Yeah, we heard about this fire from that press conference that we attended at 8 o'clock this morning that brought together county and city leaders. They had announced that this was a fourth fire. And here's what we're looking at right now. This is some actually pretty good news here. When it broke out at 6:30 this morning, they called this at 75 acres. They hit it pretty hard. And they're actually backtracking on that now, saying that this has burned some 30 acres. And firefighters hit this very hard, very quickly, and they were able to sort of contain it to this short area here. It's being called the Woodley fire because this is happening in the Sepulveda Basin near Woodley and Burbank. And one of the big concerns is, of course, this is very close to a highly populated area, near the 405 and the 101, so really close to the San Fernando Valley and all of these neighborhoods surrounding here. And with the winds that we had here this morning, there was a huge concern for spot fires. The good news, from what I can glean here, and some of the police officers here on the scene were saying that the firefighters got here pretty quickly. They were able to basically contain it, and I'm just using that word contain, but to keep it, to confine it to this area. And there wasn't, the vegetation here was mostly grass and not as many trees. And so there weren't as many spot fires that were produced as a result of that. So as it stands right now, it does look like they have a handle on this situation, but obviously they've got crews out here to make sure that they're putting out any hotspots to prevent this from spreading any further. One of the really big concerns that they have, of course, is the resources, what kind of resources they have to fight this fire. One of the things they talked about this morning was the lack of personnel. So to have yet another fire, a fourth fire that's being fought out here would definitely stretch that resource even further. But it looks like they can start dedicating other resources to other areas, including the Palisades fire, which continues to be the biggest fire that is being fought at this hour. So it is a difference here, I will tell you, as we stand out here in the Sepulveda Basin, and the sun, we can see somewhat shining there. Even in downtown LA, with all the smoke that we saw from the Eden fire, it was very dark, a shroud over the downtown area, and it was very dark. It almost felt like a different part of the day. So the good news is we don't see very large plumes of smoke here. It does look like firefighters for now have a handle on this. I did, by the way, as I sent back to you, did talk to Councilwoman Tracy Park, who represents that area in the Palisades, and she talked specifically about that issue of water resources. And the DWP was very defensive this morning about that situation and said, even though Rick Caruso had mentioned that the reservoir was not filled completely, they said all of the tanks prior to this were filled completely, that they knew that this was coming and made sure that those tanks were filled completely. But still, this was an unprecedented event, and the amount of usage there during that time just depleted all of the water in a rapid, in a short amount of time. And because all the hoses were on, they weren't getting the velocity that they might have needed to fight that fire. And very quickly, they said some of those water resources were replenished. The problem is, Tracy Park was saying, is that we've known about this for a long time. Why is the infrastructure not kept up with the times right now, with the amount of people that are living in this area? This is still a really big concern moving forward, that we don't have the infrastructure in place to handle situations like this.
A lot of big questions, and certainly that discussion will continue after we get through these events. Thank you so much, Bob. And what a difference just a few miles makes north of you in the San Fernando Valley where the Hearst fire is right now. So clearly where Bob is a very different scene. Yep, that's right. And the point that Bob just brought up, an article written 2 years ago where California officials actually refused the request for more water in communities who have the potential for more wildfire risk. These are things that we are going to be discussing for the days, weeks, and months to come, that is for sure. And want to remind everyone, of course, that if you were watching earlier, we have Alex Michelson in Santa Monica. Beginning in about a minute or so, there is a press conference set to begin with California Governor and also President Biden, who is here. So Governor Gavin Newsom and President Biden will be holding a press conference, and we're hoping to get some answers answered, some questions answered in this process. By the way, we want to welcome Jen back. She's been on this morning. She took a little breather. I saw you went outside to check on the air quality. Right. It's even where we are, where our studio is here in West LA, you can tell the air quality, no matter really where you go in Southern California right now, the air quality is not going to be the best. And no matter where you go, you're going to be able to see or smell these fires, because there are now 3 of them, as we mentioned, that are considered major fires in our viewing area. A lot of people, their cars are covered in ash, no matter where you live, right? Or a little soot. It just depends. Absolutely. Also, I was outside earlier as well, and it felt as though it's so eerie when you're outside and it's morning, but it feels like night, right? It's a strange feeling. Mm-hmm. So it's eerie, and I feel for all the firefighters. You know, we've been out there since 10 o'clock last night, fighting these fires now for more than 12 hours straight. Yeah, absolutely. It's a terrifying evening for a lot of people out there. Those first responders truly are heroes. Can't say that enough. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the situation right now. CAL FIRE has active incidents for 4 major fires at this point. 2 people we found out have passed away. They have died as a result of the Eaton fire. This is the fire that Coco's been on top of and covering this morning. 70,000 people are under evacuation orders. At least 28,000 structures have been threatened and are threatened as we speak. The largest of the 4 fires, the Palisades fire. This is what really began and all, right? Yesterday morning at 10:30, right around this time, burning 5,000 acres. This is near Malibu. Next, we have that Eaton fire that I was just mentioning near Pasadena. That has really ballooned up to 10,600 plus acres. The Hearst fire, which is what Fire Mario has been covering this morning, that one started in Sylmar. That was about 10:30 last night. That's when the winds really picked up. That has burned at least 505 acres. And the Woodley fire has burned 75 acres, the smallest of all of these, since it was first spotted at 6:15 in the morning, just outside of Van Nuys. This is near the Sepulveda Basin Wildlife Area. So we're keeping a close eye on this, keeping a close eye on Alex and the news conference that's set to begin. And when that happens, we will go directly there. And we're also keeping a close eye on the winds, Maria.
Yeah, absolutely. And the winds are still going. You saw those live shots outside, and the winds are still blowing pretty hard, especially where Coco was just at. We were talking about these winds that are still gusting really near 60 to 80 plus miles per hour. I did update these numbers just a moment ago, and they are still picking up gusts near 94 miles per hour in Fremont Canyon. This is up towards Orange County and the Santa Ana Mountains. Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles per hour. That Magic Mountain Truck Trail that's up in the San Gabriel Mountains. Look at this, guys. This is a hurricane force wind gust, 94
90 miles an hour. Rancho Cucamonga 83. Inwood Canyon, where those fires are burning out of control, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And as you can tell by the brightly colored areas, that's where we're really seeing those very strong damaging winds and the wind gusts. This is one of our computer models here. As we see at this hour, these gusts are very strong. Still nearing 50 miles an hour in Santa Clarita County, 30 to 40 miles per hour Santa Monica, out there not too far from the Palisades fire, nearly 30 miles an hour. Fontana really picking up some strength now, nearing 50. As we put this into motion and as we get to about 6 p.m., there is a noticeable difference in the winds. You can see how they kind of back down quite a bit. Still gusty at times, but this is the good news. The winds are heading back down and in the right direction in terms of at least weakening enough to where we will notice. As we continue the models, there is a little round of stronger winds as we get to the end of the week and the weekend. Still, though, these winds are coming out of the northeast, so this is still drying out the vegetation out there even more, lowering those relative humidity values. But at least, hopefully, that window will be when firefighters can try to get some kind of control over these fires. The bad news is, as I look ahead to next week, Monday, and into Tuesday, look what happens. It looks as if we get another round of some moderate to strong Santa winds again, and there is no rain in sight as I look at these long-range models. Visibility map, we show you this generally when we talk about fog and some mud cloud cover. This is neither of those. This is all related to the smoke. The visibility map picking up all of the smoke from the fires. Needless to say, that is all toxic. So there is an air quality alert there for the smoke and how unhealthy it is. A lot of red dots, orange dots. That means very hazardous for you, not just for those with any respiratory issues, for all of us. So try to limit your outdoor activity and try to stay indoors, of course, and stay safe. This red flag warning has been extended now. It was due to expire today. However, it's been extended through at least tomorrow. So the fire danger is still going to be with us. This particular dangerous situation with critical fire danger still on as well. Humidity values could lower to the teens and even single digits. So anywhere in this map here, we could be asked to evacuate. So this is why we say, even if you're not where the fires are right now, have that ready, set, go fire plan in place.
All right, I want to thank our partners down there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, digging into their coverage as the meteorologist was going through some of the conditions that we're going to see later on today, throughout the next few days as well, regarding the strong winds and the dry conditions that are fueling these fires. But at the same time, we are getting a live picture in which we are seeing California Governor Gavin Newsom entering here with President Biden. Both of them have been discussing this very dire situation as multiple fires are burning across Southern California, forcing tens of thousands of people to flee their homes. Many of these neighborhoods we have seen burning to the ground and these homes completely destroyed. It does seem that they are getting a briefing from some of the first responders and the crews on the ground. Let's pump up the audio and see if we can hear what they're saying.
Based on those predictive conditions of wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour east, pushing offshore, we began increasing our staffing, local, state, and federal agencies. Hundreds of firefighters began moving.
Hey, the president's on.
From Northern California into Southern California.
Yeah.
Our local partners began upstaffing.
They're briefing them right now.
Fire stations, helicopters, fire engines, and crews to be prepared for an incident like this that occurred. Those resources were pre-positioned in counties throughout Southern California for an event just like this. And on Tuesday morning, the Palisades fire began. I'd now like to introduce you to Chief Crowley, who can touch on the Palisades fire. Chief.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We're here just to provide you a brief on three significant fires that occurred within the city of Los Angeles. Right now, we're going to be focusing on the Palisades fire. That fire broke out yesterday morning around 10:30. We did for a number of new fires. We knew there was a potential for significant threat to our constituents due to the weather event. High winds. I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career. So we leaned forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area. Interesting enough, because of the winds and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the first fire, which is just north of that area. Again, this was close to 11,000 acres. This is close to 500 acres that also broke out. The information that I want to share with you is also the significance of multiple fires in the area within the city, but also the county. That's the second fire that actually came out, and we're actively engaged in that firefight. The third fire that broke out this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, in which we have an active firefight there as well. We're working with our local jurisdictions, our state, regional, as well as federal. So we're doing everything we can to protect life first and property next. We'll go ahead and then pass this off to Police Chief McDonald. Thank you.
Mr. President, it's an honor to be able to be here and be part of this and represent the men and women of LAPD and police to support our partners in the fire service. What we saw here in the last 24 hours is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. Fires driven by the effect of winds that we saw up to 100 miles an hour. Our role out there is strictly support, to be there for evacuations, to get people out of the affected area, to be able to provide for traffic control and then crime suppression as the fire is fought and something may come in and try and take the opportunity to go into these homes and steal from them. So we're going to be on top of that. I just want to say the relationship we enjoy here, in my case under the leadership of Mayor Bass, but all of our elected officials, is unlike I think anywhere else in the country. We are blessed to have the relationship between police and fire that we do here. Unfortunately, we do this kind of thing frequently, never to this level. But I can't say enough about how important that is. And as we go into the next 5 years with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, it's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So thank you for this opportunity, sir. Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the County Fire Department, Chief Tony Maloney. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton fire, which is east. The county starts all the way up at Lancaster and goes all the way down to the Long Beach border. We go from the county line of Ventura all the way up to Pomona, 4,300 acres. So we have a fire east of the Palisades fire that began last night. It's called the Eaton fire. It's currently 10,600 acres, 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighters on the line. Unfortunately, 2 people have lost their lives. Residents have lost their lives at the Eaton fire. It's impacting tens of thousands of homes, not only in the city of Pasadena, but also the county area of Altadena. And we're doing our very best. We just had our out-of-state resources arrive from Arizona at the Eaton fire to assist us. Last night, as the Region 1 coordinator, I contacted the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We requested 250 additional engines into LA County with 1,000 personnel. We also are using our contacts with other states like Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. Firefighters from those regions are on their way down to Los Angeles County right now to assist us. So thank you for your interest. Thank you for your attention. All right, thank you.
All right, I got a break.
So we're having a little bit of trouble listening into the audio here, the microphone issue. Let's head back out to our partners at Fox 11. They are also covering this.
Impacts of over 1,000 structures already destroyed, 1,000 people that have been evacuated from lives lost, traditions, lifestyles, places torn asunder. It's reasonable to us, and just publicly because I think it's important. The president happened to be in the region, in town. It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we receive from the White House and this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, and not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the beginning of this incident. When the lieutenant of fire, less than 24 or so hours ago, 1992.
All right, so obviously it's not just me, right? It is tough to hear. The audio is a little bit difficult to hear, but in the beginning we got a summary of the situation where the president and the governor were briefed on the very latest and what's going on.
Yeah.
Yes.
It did sound like President Biden was committing more resources to this firefighting effort. Of course, when we get more specifics and we can actually hear the audio, we'll convey that. But hopefully the commitment for more resources, including the National Guard, that was an issue, and something that we're actually looking forward to, because we definitely need more help regarding these fires.
Yeah, we'll check in with Alex hopefully shortly. All right, so let's talk about some of the fires. We start with the Palisades fire.
That's right. Gigi Graciet has been live all morning long. She's changed her location in and around that area. Gigi, where are you now, and what can you show us?
You know, because there are so many fires, so many homes, so many businesses that are still burning right now. We have no number on the number of structures and homes lost yet because damage assessment teams have not been able to get into these neighborhoods. But I can tell you that number is going to be extremely high all morning long. We have gone block by block and seen the devastation from the Palisades fire. You are looking live. This is the Pacific Palisades Bowl Mobile Estates Park. I don't see a single mobile home that survived the fire here. It seems to be a total loss. This is so reminiscent of 2008 when we were at the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park. Mario Ramirez has been there covering that. We were there when 497 mobile homes burnt to the ground. This park is smaller, but I don't see a single mobile home that has survived this fire. The devastation is absolutely overwhelming, and truly our heart breaks for the folks who call this place here on Pacific Coast Highway an amazing view directly across the street from the beach home. And I want to show you, with photographer Tony Butita, that dark plume of smoke. You can see how high the winds are continuing to blow here at the Palisades fire. This is one of two, possibly even three black plumes of smoke as the fire continues to burn in neighborhoods. According to our map, that is a residential area up there. And it appears homes are still burning. And if you pan off to the right, Tony, you can see another black plume of smoke coming over from those residential neighborhoods where houses continue to burn. The devastation, again, as one LA City fire official told us live on Good Day LA this morning, the devastation is catastrophic. I don't know how many homes are going to be lost, what the total number will be, but we have seen dozens and dozens, at least 50 homes, if not more, that have been lost in the Palisades fire. And of course, there are the injuries. We had a firefighter with a head injury. There was a man found on Pacific Coast Highway with severe burns to almost his entire body. He was taken to the hospital in extremely critical condition. We're going to be hearing about all of those losses, about the devastation here. This fire, very much active, very much out of control. And actually, I'm going to ask Tony, if you could turn around, Tony. I just want to show you this American flag. It's emotional. It's burnt. It's tattered. It has holes in it, but it still stands proudly over this mobile home park here, over the devastation, the American flag. I'm going to leave you with that shot, and it also serves to show you how high the winds are still here on Pacific Coast Highway right now.
It definitely is symbolic looking at this, Gigi, and listening to all your coverage and the devastating video that we're watching with you of homes and livelihoods just completely destroyed. And definitely our hearts go out. It's just, it never gets easy covering something like this with the devastation so widespread. And looking at this picture now that she's leaving us with, you know, the American flag still standing despite it all.
Yeah, very symbolic. You kind of get goosebumps, right? And you need that little boost of strength. I also want to mention, we keep talking about and how grateful we are to the first responders and these men and women who run to danger. It's just, you know, it's overwhelming. I also want to mention the families, because I'm in contact with a friend of mine whose husband is a firefighter, and she was telling me the last communication she had with him was yesterday. They spoke at noon, and she hasn't really spoken to him since. He was sending some videos in the evening, and then his phone died, and that's been it. And so she's with a group of other wives or other husbands, you know, other spouses who are kind of in this waiting game and waiting to hear back from their loved ones who are in the danger zone. So we certainly thank the firefighters, the first responders, but we also thank their families, because it is something they all sign up for.
Yeah, that's gotta be. We're listening here to our partners down at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they continue their coverage on the devastating wildfires that we're seeing across parts of Southern California. Take a look at this as well, because multiple crews are on the ground, reporters there trying to capture all of this footage. Really gives you a sense of the scene. This is a neighborhood. I mean, these homes are still burning, many of them already down to the ground. A whole neighborhood's just completely leveled out because of these fires, and unfortunately structures do continue to burn at this time on this Wednesday. We're sliding away for a quick commercial break. We have more continuing coverage on the wildfires in California next.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, Dad. Oh.
To cover the devastating fires that are burning throughout Southern California.
Smoky.
Ready for this Saddle Ridge fire, which was the one that came the same way as this time, but it came down a little further, stopped.
Now, you two have been here for 25 years. The Sayre fire in 2008 basically leveled this entire community. You said there were only 60 homes here out of 600 that made it. What was that like from that time rebuilding and now you're here?
Looking at a war zone.
Yeah, I could say that it was a terrible process to have to go through because fire eradicates everything in your past life. All the things you had from your family or whatever. I'm gonna start crying. It was hard after the fire, but the people are so nice that we wanted to come back here. Plus, I can sit on my porch and watch the deer and the antelope play if it's not on fire.
And I know there's a little emotion there. What do you think when you hear about some of these other fires? There's multiple fires going on right now. Lives were lost.
I wanted to leave the house on one of the, whatever the last big fire was, and go and just hug the people because I knew what it was like.
The Palisades one.
And just wanted to give them a hug.
Palisades Mobile Home Park. That looked just like our park after the 2008. Nothing there.
Well, they're taking care of a hot spot in the same place that they did last time with the Saddle Ridge fire, right through those trees.
Yeah, and what's interesting is some of the tree stumps nearby are burned, and that's from a previous fire. So it's not even this fire that came through here last night.
In the middle of the park, we have a tree.
Are you fucking nuts?
Your girlfriend.
I'm still.
These are multiple homes, right? This is one home.
What?
Beyond that, there's another home. Next door, there's another home. You may be able to see the dark smoke in the sky. That's another home that's fully engulfed on fire. And this is a great example of how thin firefighters are stretched is what's happening next door. This home, we saw it, go up originally, the roof catching on fire. Firefighters arrived, full engine. They put water suppression on it, and then it has started again. Clearly, this home was not put out fully, but there are just so many fires in this area. There are so many more areas of concern that firefighters literally can't get to everything. We watched this home explode as well, explode into flames, I should say, not a literal explosion, but we have heard those as well. Propane tanks, ammunition. Those are common things to hear in a neighborhood like this. There was fire protection because of the neighbors, the great neighbors who have bonded together to try to put as much protection on homes as they possibly can, putting water on this home until an engine arrived. But this is a different story. Look at this. This is a great example of what this neighborhood looks like. This is just one home. We have seen this block by block by block, home to home. There's an entire street that is gone right next to us. And this is a common sight really all over this community. Altadena, Pasadena, Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades. Those areas are just swept by walls of fire. Thankfully, the winds now have died down significantly, which is giving firefighters more of an egress to get to scenes like this, to prevent things like this. But they are still so slammed, they're still stretched so thin that they can't hope to get up to everything before it has ignited. And we've seen that time and time again play out across this neighborhood, Cadence and Claire.
All right, Steve, it breaks your heart because what's behind you is someone's home. It's devastating. And I wonder, what have you heard either from homeowners, though many have been encouraged to evacuate, or first responders where you are?
Yeah, well, I can show you these homeowners right here. You see the guy there. He has gone from home to home in this neighborhood, trying to help firefighters and trying to help neighbors, again, put water on their homes. He was so sad at the home that I showed you with the roof because he said that it failed. He had put water and suppression on that home for the better part of an hour and a half before it finally caught on fire. But that tells you the kind of place this is, the kind of neighborhood this is. These are older homes, so the water pressure isn't as good because people left their water on. It spills out of the PVC pipe. So the people that are trying to put water on the homes are having a very difficult time. Firefighters, I mentioned it. They're doing the best they can, but they're stretched. This is destruction that is so far and so wide and so spread out. And because of the wind, because we are still in the wind event, it could happen at any point, pretty much anywhere. All it takes is one ember, two embers. The wind carries it. It lands on another roof. You got another fire. It's happened all over this neighborhood. It will continue to happen until the winds truly die down. Thankfully, we're in a lull. I'm hoping that is the beginning of the end. And then firefighters and crews can focus on cleanup and try to keep people out of here. But until then, they're just focused on triage. They are trying to do their best to save lives and to prevent more destruction. Guys.
Yeah, we are crossing our fingers for you, Steve, that it all calms down. And please stay safe, you and your crew out there as well. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. And of course, we'll be following the very latest on the California wildfires throughout NBC News Daily and online. You can see updates at NBCnews.com. Our crews on the ground and in the newsroom are updating information live on evacuations, the forecast, and more. We are getting an update on the NASA astronauts who are stuck in space. NASA leaders just wrapped up an Earth to Space call with the astronauts on board the International Space Station. That includes Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, who were launched on a 10-day mission, you remember, back in June of last year. They've now spent more than 9 months in space because of technical issues and delays. NBC News correspondent George Solis is following the latest for us. George, so what's the update from the astronauts and their mission to get back home?
Yeah, hey, good to be with you. So the bottom line here is still no direct timeline on when they'll return home. Still March at the earliest. One thing we heard from the astronauts themselves that they're in good spirits. They still have missions to complete. They're going to complete a spacewalk outside of some other experiments. They're saying they're well fed and that they are looking forward to coming home, but there's still work to be done. We heard from Suni Williams. Here's what she said during that call.
It's just been a joy to be working up here, particularly with our counterparts on the other end of the space station. It's just a great team, and no, it doesn't feel like we're a castaway. Eventually we want to go home because we left our families a little while ago, but we have a lot to do while we're up here. We've got to get all that stuff done before we go home.
Yeah, she was referencing the movie Castaway. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson saying to describe that they are not stranded, as has been said before. One thing that they did want to highlight, of course, very important and of course very timely, is the fact that they are thinking about the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena. So you heard both from the administrator and the deputy administrator asking if the astronauts there had seen the fire from space. They say they will photograph it from there, and of course they're sending their thoughts with everyone that is impacted by these now deadly wildfires. Kate.
Solis, thank you. After nearly a century, lawmakers in Florida are once again considering replacing the current state bird, and they're looking to replace it with a much more colorful creature. This morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
I have something for Joshua.
For 98 years, the northern mockingbird has been the Sunshine State's big bird, if you will.
Yeah.
Now there's a movement that has legislators all aflutter.
In Florida, you think flamingos and palm trees. It's just sort of ingrained in us.
Representative Jim Mooney is seeking to make Phenicopterus rubrum, better known as the American flamingo, the official state bird, and the Florida scrub jay, the official state songbird. The push to change these feathered friends is no fly-by-night operation. The 2025 measure is actually the 8th attempt over several decades to remove the mockingbird as a state symbol. And for some, this bill is about more than just symbolism.
We're doing everything we can to acquire land to
Would you
save
finish the hour?
Jays territory. And the flip side of that is we try to do everything we can to restore
What is it, container?
what used to be historically
That's a container. There's colors in there.
living areas.
Once native to Florida, flamingos all but disappeared from the state around the turn of the 20th century. But with efforts to restore the Everglades, the leggy 5-foot-tall pink birds have been making a comeback in the state. The scrub jay has its own flock of fans. Supporters have tried to have it designated the official state bird 5 times in the past 24 years, noting it's the only species of bird that is native to Florida, and unlike the flamingo or mockingbird, it never leaves the state. Developers have historically fought past attempts to make it a state bird because of potential hiccups building on land where the tiny bird nests.
If the bird is being designated as threatened or endangered, and by protecting it, we're protecting natural habitat, good. It's good for us.
Some Floridians also just don't want to share, or other states also call the mockingbird their own.
I think it's appropriate for Florida to have a bird that's unique to Florida, that's only the state bird of Florida.
A soaring debate for the Sunshine State. The Florida legislature's next regular session doesn't start until March, but Representative Mooney says so far he has not encountered any pushback. If passed, the American flamingo would become the state bird of Florida.
It's a WebEx meeting.
Thank you, Joe. And I already thought it was the state bird. Coming up, the new health benefits of coffee for your heart, but only if you drink it at a particular time of day. When is the best time to take that sip? Up next on NBC News Day.
Kickstart your new year with the all-new Start Today app. Download and subscribe.
The Buffalo Transportation Pierce Arrow Museum, where the history of transportation comes to life.
See incredible antique cars, motorcycles, bicycles, the Frank Lloyd Wright filling station, and more. For information, visit pierce-arrow.com. This is Tony, and this is Tony's Goodfield story.
I did know that back pain, foot pain come along with the job. Before my arch supports, I felt defeated, but since getting the arch supports from the Good Feet store, I'm more positive.
Clinically proven. Significant pain relief in only 4 weeks.
It's like opening up a whole new life, like sunshine coming up. I would recommend it to anyone.
Take back the life you love and book your personalized arch support fitting today.
Ready to kick off 2025 with a new Chevy? Paddock Chevrolet is starting the year with over 1,500 new vehicles available. Visit PaddockChevrolet.com to shop our more than 200 all-new Chevy Equinox, 300 Trax, 180 Silverados, and much more. Pick and choose your perfect color and equipment package to fit any lifestyle. We need trades, and we're giving top dollar. So kick off 2025 at Paddock Chevrolet in Kenmore. No appointment necessary. Don't miss out on big savings at Paddock Chevrolet.
I can't wait to meet your loved one and welcome you all to our Fredonia Place family. Let me walk you through the process, from benefits to insurance to ensure that your loved one is going to be happy, living well, and taken care of here at Fredonia Place.
When you're facing colorectal cancer, it's important to remember treatment is not one size fits all. Because of our comprehensive cancer center designation,
Roswell Park can frequently offer treatment options not available anywhere else. And we perform more robotic-assisted surgeries than anyone in the area. So our patients benefit from less pain, fewer complications, and a faster return to their lives. We know the best outcomes happen when experience meets innovation. So before you make any treatment or surgery decisions, please spend just one day at Roswell Park.
I would put our attorneys up against any other law firm. I used to work for the big insurance companies, but every time we faced Selena, I knew we were in for a fight. When I fight for individuals, that's what truly matters to me. Who you hire makes a difference.
Rise and shine with Daybreak. Pour yourself another cup of coffee. Kick off your day with the news and weather you need.
Showers will thrill
with real-time traffic updates,
road work,
plus breaking news from overnight. New information. Daybreak. Weekdays from 4:30 to 7.
In today's Daily Health, if you can't seem to function before your morning cup of coffee, we have some good news for you.
Depending on what time of day you drink your coffee, you might actually be able to limit your risk of dying from certain illnesses. That's according to a new study out today in the European Heart Journal. Joining us now, NBC medical contributor Dr. John Torres. So, Dr. John, this is beautiful information. If you love coffee, I can't claim that one. A producer came up with that. But what did this study find?
You know, this is very interesting news because up until now, we've known that coffee, especially in that 2 to 4 cup a day range there, can really have a lot of benefits, cardiovascular benefits to begin with. But what we didn't know is, was there any issue behind timing? And that's what this study found out, that timing is everything. Whether it was caffeinated or decaffeinated, they found out if you drink coffee in the morning before 11:59, so before noon, then you get those benefits you see right there. A 31% reduction in cardiovascular deaths, 16% reduction in deaths overall compared to people who didn't drink coffee or people who drank coffee in the afternoon.
Huh.
And so again, it's very important.
And that's fully caffeinated, the real deal.
It's either caffeinated or decaffeinated. It didn't matter. What they did, it was this huge study, 40,000 people over 20 years. They followed them for 10 years. And they ended up surveying them and basically just asked, do you drink coffee? When do you drink it? How much do you drink? And they found out if you drink more than a cup, even more than 3 cups, if it's in the morning, you get those benefits.
What's the science behind the benefits? And does this apply if you're sipping coffee all day or just in the morning?
It just applies in the morning. Again, between 4 o'clock and noon. 4 a.m. and noon is when they did the study and found out that's when you get the benefits. They think there's 2 reasons behind it. One, it turns out our bodies process antioxidants different in the morning than they do in the afternoon. Because of that, you're absorbing the antioxidants better. And number 2, they think especially the caffeine coffee in the afternoon can mess with your melatonin levels, which can then mess with your sleep, which if you don't sleep, we're finding out can have huge health implications.
Okay, maybe a trick question. Is it just coffee or can it be any caffeinated beverage?
So this study just purely looked at coffee. They asked the question, do you drink coffee? How many cups do you drink and when do you drink them? But we found out from other studies, especially tea. Tea can have huge benefits because it has a lot of antioxidants as well. Caffeine can have benefits as well. And the benefit behind tea, which they found out in an earlier study, it doesn't interfere with melatonin levels in the afternoon like coffee does because the levels are lower. So it might be that afternoon tea might be the thing to do.
And this all sounds great, but also drinking too much coffee or having too much caffeine isn't necessarily great.
Some people are very caffeine sensitive too, so you want to be careful. So certainly if you drink too much caffeine, heart arrhythmias, blood pressure problems, you could have problems with sleeping, not being able to go to sleep. Plus caffeine, you can get dependent on caffeine. And I think most of us have had a caffeine headache and withdrawal where we didn't quite get to that cup early enough. And so you want to be careful there as well.
All right, Dr. John, always great to have you.
Yeah, I feel more, it's like
There you go.
caffeinated. Yeah, I feel like caffeinated. Thank you. And we got a lot more news ahead.
We do. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can always stream us anywhere on wherever you stream. All the places.
The darkness of bipolar depression made me feel like I was losing interest in the things I loved. Then I found a chance to let in the light, discover Capilida. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Capilida is proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Capilida can cause suicide. Call your doctor about sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Capilida is not approved for dementia-related psychosis.
Report fever, confusion, or stiff muscles which
Good
usually
job.
are threatened, or uncontrolled muscle movements which may be permanent. Common side effects include sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, and dry mouth. These aren't all the side
What, I
effects.
didn't bring my phone
Diagnosis
out?
of bipolar 1 and 2 depression. Caplyta can help you let it right. Ask your doctor about Caplyta. Find savings and support at caplyta.com.
Alice loves the scent of gain so much.
Yeah.
She wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice. And long-lasting Gain Secret, part of the irresistible scent collection from Gain.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
For people who feel limited by the unpredictability of generalized myasthenia gravis, season to season, Ultomiris is continuous symptom control with improvement in activities of daily living and reduced muscle weakness. And Ultomiris is the only long-acting gene treatment. That being said, the winds will still be gusty in those usual
out of Southern California, and of course the coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles. That's where we are going to start you. We are also going to have in-depth interviews as well as analysis will continue into the later hours right here on Live Now with Fox. Let's go out to the breaking news show from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Angelino, and I just hope we get the support and everything we need to rebuild one. I know that's down the road, but for right now, I just think positive thoughts.
Andy Rocker, thank you very much. Please give our best to your neighbors. We know they're hurting, we know the devastation that they're feeling, and that they will feel in their homes when they return here and see that they've lost their homes. We've seen this, haven't we? All too often. I'm going to leave you once again with that shot. The American flag, it is darkened, it is battered, it is bruised, it is blackened by the Palisades fire, but it continues to burn strong. Probably the only thing that survived here, along with a lime tree, I'm told, the only two things that survived in this mobile home park here on Pacific Coast Highway.
Gigi, if you have Andy Rocker with you still, could you ask him about the evacuation process? Obviously, it was hard for a lot of people to get out. And then how he got back in.
Still in the process of Andy, so there are some steps about this bankruptcy account that are bankruptcy, grab you're working on. But see, you guys, this is what got set up. Okay? It's a checklist to make sure we get everything we're supposed to do. All right? So let's look at the next one, which is foreclosure.
Because we happen to not be here at the moment, and we just wanted to see the devastation of.
And one of the things when you pulled up on your bicycle, because I know you've sort of been touring around with your husband Andy, one of the things when you pulled up, you said, "Did you see the American flag?" And what does that symbolize to you? Because I think it symbolizes the same thing it did to me. I had the same exact thoughts you did.
You know, we are a nation of survivors. And, you know, I picked one of the lemons off of that tree because if you look at this, and there's actually a beautiful lemon tree that survived the fruits of our nation and our nation. And we're just so proud to be Americans. And we're going to come through this. And, you know, our government's going to help the poor people that live in this community to rebuild that didn't have insurance. Because there's a lot of people in here that didn't. We happen to have, but it's, we just know that this is like the best nation.
You know, there's one thing Southern Californians is that they're very resilient. We're very resilient. Yes, we are. Rosanna, thank you so much for talking to us, Andy.
Hi to Alex and Marla.
Okay.
We love you guys.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you still have a smile on your face. Andy and Rosanna Rocker, they've lost a home there in the distance, and you can see they're trying to make the most of it. They're thankful they got out with their pets, that everybody is safe, happy, and healthy. But again, it's the little thing. And just talking to Andy and talking to Rosanna, we shared so many thoughts, and that they actually vocalized so many things that I've heard from fire victims before. It's the pieces of people's lives. It's those little things that are lost that you cannot rebuy or rebuild. That is what hurts the most.
Interesting.
And a lot of loss here. And you heard Andy, a lot of folks don't have insurance, and a lot of them are seniors.
Absolutely heartbreaking to hear these individual stories and communities that have come together and are sharing in this collective grief now. It's interesting that they did not evacuate that area and they're riding their bikes around, but we should say that those evacuation orders are still in effect.
We don't want people coming back to their neighborhoods as of yet until they get the orders that it's okay. So right now it's a very active scene still. Please stay out of the area. Don't try to go back to your homes to see if they're standing at this point. But a different dynamic here, a unique situation for this couple, but clearly a heartbreaking one. What do you want to show us, Gigi?
And you can see that dark smoke coming over the ridge there. Yeah, you can see that dark smoke. You might be able to make it out on the camera. Tony Vitita behind the lens right there. We've been watching that smoke. And when you see black, thick smoke, that means it's picked up a pocket of fresh fuel, whether it's vegetation or sadly a home or structure. We don't know, but that is a residential neighborhood up there above Pacific Coast Highway. And we have seen so many blocks after blocks of just total devastation and destruction.
All right, from the Pacific Palisades there, we're going to check in on the Eaton fire, which has doubled in size as of overnight, forcing thousands of people to have to leave their homes near Pasadena and Cocoa. They're all suited up, protecting her lungs as best as she can. Cocoa, I see the home burning behind you still.
Good morning. The Eden Fire is now at 10,000 acres and it continues to grow. We are actually on Calaveras and El Molino, and this is a church that is burning behind us, the Altadena Baptist Church. And fire crews from the LA County Fire Department have just arrived. They're going to try to battle these flames. But as we go down the street here at Calaveras Street, you can see that there's a home that's also on fire. So again, this is a very devastating situation for the residents here that had to evacuate. And I actually ran into Ian here, who lives on Santa Rosa, which is known as Christmas Tree Lane. It's beautiful during Christmas.
Ian, 100 years. It's a very historic street. They light it up for 100 years, and if one of those trees catches on in flames, I think the entire street is gone. It's so sad, but obviously the structures need to be protected and the lives need to be protected first. But if they could, from the fire trucks, resources could be allocated. There's some houses already burning on that street. It would be awesome. I know you guys have a lot of goodwill in the community, and hopefully you can convince some of the firefighters to go over there.
Absolutely, to protect Christmas Tree Lane. And Ian, we were just talking about how we've never seen anything like this before. What has this been like for you living?
We've lived here for 30 years. We've never seen this kind of wind, never seen this fire spread so fast. And some houses burn and some don't. It's just random acts of nature. It's very unfortunate. And then transformers start blowing up, so that doesn't help.
And Ian, are you and your family evacuated?
We are evacuated. We just came back to get the pills and medication and see if we could convince firefighters to come close to our house. I mean, they have to do what they have to do. So.
Because we were driving down Christmas Tree Lane. What does it look like right now as you just left?
There are two houses on fire on that lane. The problem is, again, those massive deodar trees that have been there for 100 years, and if one of them catches on fire, I think the entire street's going to go. So it'd be awesome if they could save that street.
Ian, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I'll let you get back in your cars. You can get back to safety. But as Ian was talking about, and as we drove through Santa Rosa, that is known as Christmas Tree Lane here in Altadena. It's very famous, has been for decades, because of the fact that the entire street gets decorated for Christmas and the holidays. But right now, obviously, that is a situation where there are a couple of homes on fire. And as Ian was saying, he's concerned that the entire street could go up in flames. And now you can see that the LA County Sheriff's Department is here, as well as LA County Fire Department. They are just trying to make sure that everyone is evacuated and safe. And the LA County Fire Department will shortly be trying to battle the flames here at the Altadena Baptist Church. But you can imagine how difficult this is for the parishioners of this church. So many memories happen within churches as well as these homes that are on fire. I'll send it back to you.
And one of the points, Coco, he was making is that he had to go back to try to get his pills. So thank you so much. This is a situation that a lot of people are probably dealing with at this point, but it's best not to go back to return to these areas that there are mandatory evacuation orders in place. So the damage, of course, and personal safety are top priorities for many people, but the factor of medications is another one. We do have Jeff Gross, the owner of Mickey Fine Pharmacy and Grill, and he's helping people who lost their medications or can't get back to get them, and he's joining us on the phone right now. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So what's the situation like right now? Are you getting a lot of people calling about medications they perhaps don't have at this point?
Absolutely. We have our regular clients, so we're in Beverly Hills, but we do have clients that are on the other side of the 405. Some of them fled without their medications. This morning on the they were saying the importance of getting your papers and then your medications, but at least have a list of your medications. A lot of people don't know what medications they're actually taking. So make sure to have that. And then we're getting a lot of calls. We had one of our clients is actually being evacuated from Altadena fire, and needed medication for a dog. And unfortunately, the chain stores would not fill the medication because it was faxed from the doctor's office. They wanted it sent electronically. So this poor woman and her dog are trying to get medications filled, and they were having trouble. So that's the importance of community pharmacy. We are here for the community. Actually, this morning we actually had some of Beverly Hills Fire Department come in, and we gave them breakfast on their way probably to go fight some of these fires.
So what do you recommend people do? How do they get in touch with you, and what is the best way to go about this?
Well, the best thing is to have a relationship with your local community pharmacy. And not just about us, it's about the community pharmacies across the entire city, state, and country. We have been under pressure for many years with the insurance companies dictating how much we can get paid, forcing one pharmacy a day in the country closing because of under reimbursements. We've been here for the pandemic, for the monkeypox. We gave monkeypox vaccines for free. We're really here for the community. So what the patients need to do is have a list of their medications, and if it's an emergency basis, go to their local community pharmacy, and they're going to be able to help you. If not, you can contact your doctor and make sure that you're taken care of.
Okay, Jeff, thank you. We really appreciate you being with us and providing that information to us. This is, of course, something that we talk about, right, when it comes to being prepared for people to have that bag packed. Right? Medication is one of those things you got to have with you. The 6 Ps, people, pets, and your personal identification, but prescriptions as well. So we thank Jeff for joining us and giving that perspective, because it is important for people who need their medication, not just for.
We've been listening there to the coverage of Fox 11 in Los Angeles. We'll continue to do so, but just looking at these images from earlier, you can see the destruction. I mean, we're talking about whole blocks that are gone, hundreds and hundreds of homes already gone as well. So we will continue to stay on this here for you all day long on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. We'll be back in just moments.
Ready to gear up for your outdoor adventure? If you're like us, you're charting your course and dreaming of powder. So when the temperature dips and everyone heads inside, you're heading out. Backcountry has the best outdoor gear designed and field tested by our gearhead experts. So where will this winter take you? Where's your backcountry? Get the best selection of gearhead approved ski and snowboard gear at backcountry.com.
And this is...
This? Oh, you mean this? This is how I watch the Bucks, Thunder, the Wolves. Not missing a thing.
We just got NBA League Pass. You can pick from so many live games and get home and away streams with your favorite announcers. Not missing a thing.
But can it do this?
Nope.
Strap in. Got a lot to talk about today.
It's pretty rare to see that, so could we get it again?
At what point do we just shoot him up the range and say, we're playing?
Oh, baby. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. It gives you like a summary, like a yeah. The way that we use this screen is basically for that. So any place that you see a T, you know that's.
And potential changes to the insurance market in California. A lot of people are not insured. I was able to ask that question to State Senator Ben Allen, who represents the region that's affected by this. Here's some of what he had to say.
I think we have to figure out a hybrid plan that's going to, take into account fire risk. It's going to take into account not just historical data, but also, projections. Because climate change is so real. I mean, I was just talking to the fire chief about this. He says this is nothing like they've ever seen before. The wind, the combination of dryness. There are changing conditions that we're going to have to take into account when we let people figure out insurance plans. But in return, we're going to have to ask more from the insurance industry. So I think it's going to have to involve some changes to the framework of Prop 103, while also ensuring that consumers are at the heart of whatever changes we make.
So that's going to be something going forward. I also talked with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath about the fact that some of the fire hydrants didn't have water in them in Pacific Palisades. She said that's something they're very concerned about, that they need to do a new water plan to make sure something like that doesn't happen again. A question that we had earlier was about the National Guard. I did get some clarity off camera from the governor's team that the governor has now called in the National Guard to help with the efforts here, to help with some of the logistics. I'm trying to get more specifics from him about exactly what they're going to do, but that call coming in this morning, so you should start to see members of the National Guard in the west side of Los Angeles in the days to come. Right now, the governor, the senator, and others moved to check out some of the damage for themselves. Some of the officials that I talked to off camera, though, said they expect hundreds, perhaps more than 1,000 structures burned, calling this the worst fire that they've seen in their career.
Oh.
Sandra, Roxy.
Yeah, it certainly was remarkable, the update and the briefing that the president got, and just the scope of this catastrophic situation that we're dealing with as we continue to look at live pictures of the fire, homes just up in flames. Alex was saying
Hi, Gigi.
Roxy, you were talking about getting the toll of the structures lost and damage assessment teams. That's what they're usually referred to as. They physically walk the different neighborhoods and assess the damage. This is a damaged home. This was a damaged outbuilding. This is a total loss. This was somebody's home. Those damage assessment teams haven't even begun their work. That's because so many houses continue to burn today. Now, with the Mobile Estate Park here on Pacific Coast Highway, we believe, and we say believe because it's hard to tell, that this was the office of the Pacific Palisades Mobile Estates. And we believe that because there are rows of filing cabinets right there. You can see paper sorters, different office supply items, and just look at the damage done. And we were talking to a resident here who told us there were about 187 mobile homes here, and they all appear to be, excuse me, the air is thick with smoke and ash. They all appear to be a total loss here. I'm going to have photographer Tony Butita just pan around. I'll try to get out of the way here. It's just overwhelming. And, you know, the folks that live here, they basically pay a rental fee. Andy Rocker, who has a house here, was telling us that it's under rent control and they pay a fee. Not everyone has insurance. A lot of these folks were senior citizens. A lot of the folks just working class people. There is a misconception that if you live by the beach or you live in Pacific Palisades and you're automatically extremely wealthy, as if that would change the pain of losing your home and all of your belongings, and a lot of those belongings that cannot be replaced. So these folks hit extremely hard. This mobile home park has been here for decades, we believe. It's just part of the fixture right across the street from the beach, from Pacific Coast Highway. The damage here is extensive, and this is just one area. You're talking about possibly, we heard thousands of structures. We have no idea. We've seen, I don't know, 50, well, there's 187 here, plus the 50 to 75 that we've seen in the Palisades area. Just block after block of total devastation. We were speaking to the Catholic Archdiocese. The damage done to the Corpus Christi Catholic Church in the Palisades, a staple there for the Catholic community of the Palisades. Walls were standing. There was nothing in between the walls. We have never seen this. Valuables, maybe. We interviewed a couple at one huge fire. I think it was the Woolsey fire. They were able to find their wedding ring. She wasn't wearing her wedding rings when she had to evacuate, and the wedding ring was a family heirloom that had been passed down, and it meant the world to her. And she was actually sifting through the dirt, and she found those wedding rings. So we're going to see a lot of those stories in the following weeks as folks begin to return home. And Maria Quimon has been talking about the wind, and we were interviewing a gentleman earlier, and we were just buffeted by wind gusts that continue here. It's usually windy at the beach, windier than maybe on the flatland, but the wind gusts, and that continues to fan these flames of the Palisades fire. So no estimate on how many homes, structures, businesses, a lot of businesses lost. We saw cleaners that was on fire, so that toll is going to continue to grow. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that wind, we see you getting tossed around, and Star's joining us here as well right now to talk about the winds and the situation. And it really depends where, right? What part of town we're talking about. We're GG's in Pacific Palisades, and then we're going to take the shot where Coco's and the Eden Fire in Altadena.
Yeah, we have not just our sustained winds that are gusting up, and I'll be talking about that in a second, but also our wind gusts. Those are going double the mile per hour range there in some of the area. You know, we have tons of weather impacts to get through today, and then I do want to break down a little bit of traffic. We do have some closures across a lot of the area this morning, or this afternoon. Our fire dangers are going to continue to be those strong Santa Ana winds, where we are seeing things kick up or could go anywhere from 20 to over 40 miles per hour in those gusts, upwards of 80 or plus across some of the area. Bringing you in on one of those closures, this is going to be in the Pacific Palisades area. This is going to be because of that Palisades fire. We do continue with PCH being closed in both directions. So from that McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica all the way through the Las Flores Canyon Road in Malibu. And we also have that Topanga Canyon closure from Mulholland Drive all the way down through a PCH. So again, you are wanting to avoid this area. The closures are expected to continue past this afternoon. We do have a reopening of some areas here across the Hearst fire closures. This is going to be on the 210 west from Yarnell Street to Roxford Street. We did have those closures. And then also at the 210 connector, we have the truck lanes that were closed here. But I do see things have been reopened. But I checked in, and we do still show some slow moving speed across this area, where we are looking at delays backed up past an hour. So in addition to that, over in the 210 west area, this is going to be at the 15, where those two highways do intersect there. We have the overturned big rig, and I'm getting reports that this is more than just one big rig. And again, it's causing some backflow in traffic there. We do show stop and go speeds, and it'll be very interesting to see, when they, are going to be able to get this mess cleaned up in the area. And again, it just not just with this one vehicle. It's looking like there's multiple out there. And I want to bring you in on a live camera here. This is the 210 west at Vernon Avenue. While traffic is moving well in both directions, we do still see that plume of just smoke out. And this is going to be from the Eden Canyon fire there, where, things are just not looking good out there, guys.
Yeah, speaking of Eden Canyon and the Eden Fire, let's go to Coco right now.
Oh, good morning. We are at El Molino and Calaveras, and you just see the firefighters working so hard out here to try to salvage what they can of the Altadena Baptist Church. But you can see that it is completely engulfed in flames. It has gotten even worse since I last spoke with you. But firefighters from the LA County Fire Department did arrive here on scene because they're trying to save the home, the building that's next door to this church. Because what happened was the church continued to go up in flames, and then the trees and the bushes next to it started to ignite. So that's currently where a firefighter is standing right now to try to put out the flames, try to put out the hot spots. But there's also embers flying everywhere, and we've noticed that those embers have been starting more fires throughout this neighborhood here on El Molino and Calaveras. So obviously a very serious situation here. Firefighters using all the possible resources they can. They did tap this fire hydrant here to try to get more water, as much water as they can. That is the bright news here. If you can say there's some bright news, is the fact that firefighters do have water here that they've been able to utilize. The problem is there just simply are not enough firefighters. So a lot of homes have been burning to the ground because the firefighters are doing the very best they can, but they just don't have enough people to get to and respond to these neighborhoods as much as they would like to. We've spoken to a lot of residents, some who have chosen to stay despite the evacuation warnings, and some people like James, who you heard from in the last hour, said he didn't want to leave because he'd been working on his home for a couple of months and he just felt like he couldn't leave it behind. I also spoke to another man who came back for his medications because a lot of people are also telling me that they had to leave immediately and evacuate because the fire was coming their way, and then they realized that they didn't have some of those important items, those important documents, all of the things that are really important when you have a plan and do the ready, set, go, to make sure you have all of those things with you if you can. But for some of these people, like they said, it just happened so quickly they needed to leave and save themselves. So some of them are coming back. Some are unfortunately finding that their homes are burned, and others are finding that their homes are still threatened. So they're getting as much as they can, but the firefight still continues very strong here at the Altadena Baptist Church. I'll send it back to you.
Well, that certainly is a nice sight to see that you have a firefighter there doing his or her best, right? But as you mentioned, there simply aren't enough firefighters to get the job done. In this case, there is water, but not enough firefighters, specifically where you are and what you're talking about.
You hear that? They said that there was even fire hydrants that didn't even have
We'll
water.
continue on Fox 11 here in just moments on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as our coverage will continue out in Southern California.
Strap in. Got a lot to talk about today.
It's pretty rare to see that, so could we get it again?
At what point do we just shoot him up the ranks and say, we're playing?
Oh, baby, there we go.
That it is not okay to come back and repopulate these areas yet. I know as much as people want to get back to see what's left of their homes and their belongings, that it is not advised as of yet. You have to listen to the orders right now because it is still an active situation. So thank you, Matthew. We'll check back in with you later on. But let's go to this now because the wildfires are forcing families to evacuate their homes, obviously, and many pets need a safe place to stay.
A group of doggy hotels offering for shelter for these pets displaced by the wildfires. On the phone with us right now is Annie Demirjian. Annie, actually, thank you for sending me a message there.
easy for me to say if my home isn't threatened, but 700 acres holding steady there. Let's hope that that one can be put out soon. That's the Hearst fire. And then there was this that erupted early this morning, the Woodley fire in the Sepulveda Basin right near Van Nuys, holding strong at 30 acres. At first, there was concern that that was going to erupt quickly with a rapid rate of spread, but Bob DeCastro was out there and said they actually downgraded that to 40 acres. So, all right, speaking of Bob, he has news, and he's at the Pasadena Convention Center where we are waiting a press conference about the Eaton fire. And that's scheduled till 4 o'clock, Bob. What do we know?
But we're also here at the convention center.
the reason why Bob has that many people there is the good news. Haley Winslow, what do you think here?
These firefighters are trying to get in the garage where the fire is so they can put it out because it's obviously still a big threat. This is Glendale Fire. Sorry,
Can you turn my music on?
they've been using it like good job, guys. Wow. It's built even during the Northridge fire.
Yeah.
Never, no crack. Never.
Yeah, did the
I mean, the earthquake. I'm sorry. It's been
no damage at all. It's an incredible house built in 1928. It's called the Brightenstein Estate. We do a lot of filming here. Yeah, and this is just absolutely devastating to see our guest house and garages go and the Mercedes go. It's really disappointing.
You said Beyonce.
Did a video here.
And what else? The Jobs movie.
Jobs movie, the Flippisizer, the TV series. We've had a lot of filming done here, which we've enjoyed and we'll continue to do so. The guest house is rarely used for that purpose.
What was it like when you guys came home and saw this?
Devastating, absolutely devastating. Just horrific. We were so excited when we first entered and saw that there was no damage to the house itself. But then as we came down the driveway and saw the smoldering ruins of what was a home office, tour car garage, and a guest house. And this is, well.
At least they got it. They got in. So the threat will be gone. This is obviously a very well-known neighborhood with Street Lane down the road and Henry Ford's house and a lot of other famous people that live on these streets. What's it like to live here and what's it like for you to go through this?
It's wonderful to live here in this neighborhood. It's just disappointing that we're all having to share this bad experience at this time.
Yeah, it feels like all of LA is on fire right now. Is there,
It does absolutely feel like all of LA is on fire. And we want to make sure that everyone understands we have the deepest sympathy for their loss as well. This is a guest house and a garage, and there's been other things that have been more tragic. Disappointing, but our hearts are with everyone who suffered any kind of loss in this situation.
I never saw it. They knocked it down before I moved here.
that the city or the state or the county could have done so that we would be
set to sweep across the country from the south to the northeast. Al Roker is here. President-elect Donald Trump asking the Supreme Court to halt his hush money sentencing set for Friday. The alarming moment, a man with a machete and knives arrested trying to enter the viewing for former President Jimmy Carter at the U.S. Capitol. Late tonight, President-elect Trump arriving to pay his respects. The car blowing through a railroad gate slammed by an oncoming train in Florida. The driver's condition tonight and the personal loss in California's wildfire disaster. Our correspondent returning to find his childhood home devastated.
Yeah, you relish it?
This is NBC
Relish,
News with
tomato.
Lester Holt.
No. Yeah, tomato.
Good evening and welcome. I've covered wildfires in California since the earliest days of my career, and I don't remember anything quite like the firestorms raging across Southern California tonight.
Lester said he never
Major
seen anything
infernos
like it.
destroying more than 1,000 homes and businesses, killing at least 5 people and defying efforts to contain them. Firefighters in Pacific Palisades outmanned and in some cases out of water, hydrants running dry, firefighting aircraft for a time grounded by ferocious winds, some gusting around 100 miles per hour. Rows of homes and restaurants along the Pacific Coast Highway were consumed by the flames. This is what it looked and sounded like.
I played. Yeah.
Almost haunting, the Pacific Palisades fire growing to nearly 16,000 acres. 40 miles away, the Eaton fire turned deadly and has exploded to over 10,000 acres. Tonight, thousands in the region are under evacuation orders, filling shelters. Schools are closed, while power is out for 1.5 million Southern Californians. Gotti Schwartz is in the fire zone to start our coverage.
This area of Pasadena has become an absolute wasteland. You've got rows and rows of homes that have burned. You've got some homes that are still standing, but it's just a matter of time.
This was the moment the sun rose over the fire raging above Pasadena, but you'd never know it because the dawn disappeared in the smoke.
Again, you hear those explosions. So many of these homes, there is no hope.
But against the odds in Mother Nature, some stayed doing everything they could to fight back.
There are people still here trying to fight this fire with garden hoses. There is still water in this area, but with this much destruction, it almost seems futile. You were here fighting by yourself, right? Yes. How long have you been out here?
I've been out here since 4 a.m.
4 a.m. trying to protect your home.
Yeah.
You now have a full, contingent of firefighters here.
Yeah.
It seems like it's right in the nick of time. But
They saved this home for now. A scene that played out across so many firelines from the foothills of the Andros Mountains.
There's the Amazon truck.
And then trying to make entrance. They're smashing down that door. They got to go inside. They got to make sure no one is here.
Homeowners on rooftops trying to wet down everything.
Here they come. We're going to help them. It's hard to show the scope of what's going on.
As we headed down Sunset Boulevard, the loss was worse than any fire we've ever seen.
And this looks like the apocalypse here.
In the chaos, way too often, firefighters left without water as hydrants would dry.
They are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable.
Officials say they weren't able to fill tanks fast enough, which would have helped with the water pressure. Something NBC's Morgan Chesky saw firsthand.
Out of every fire hydrant you've seen, what have you found? Right now, we're finding most of them are down or low pressure.
Yeah.
If you had a hydrant for this building, if we had a hydrant for this building, we might have been able to save the back now. This apartment complex is untouched for now, but you can see how close those flames are. Firefighters are making their way up. Again, they're having to ignore massive structures like this huge apartment complex. It looks like it's going to go up imminently because they are just overwhelmed. There isn't enough water up here.
Oh, man, what a mess there.
Support from the sky for
Look at the wind.
When firefighters were able to make a stand and save a home, there was no victory. Just a brief report.
They can't save these houses.
Fighting fire against
Fire's too intense,
I
man.
feel like you really focus into what it is like there. This devastation goes well beyond the homes destroyed in Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, well beyond the homes. The scope of this is so difficult to comprehend. We've seen schools, we have seen synagogues, we've seen churches here along the Palisades. This is the heart of the Palisades. You've got a restaurant. I mean, down to the banks here in the Palisades have been reduced to ash. And unfortunately, we've been in the neighborhoods above, below, and to each side of the heart of the Palisades. And so far, they're saying about 1,000. That's a preliminary number, 1,000 structures lost. We can tell you that number is going to climb significantly. Lester.
All right, Gotti, thank you. Until today, it was hard to imagine destruction on this scale. Today, our Liz Kreutz saw some of the worst of it.
A massive and deadly wildfire emergency is unfolding in Southern California. From the Pacific Palisades to Pasadena, multiple infernos continuing mass destruction of homes and businesses. Tens of thousands forced to evacuate.
Last night was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in any part of our city, at any part of our history.
On the coast, the Palisades fire exploding to more than 15,000 acres. 75-mile-per-hour winds overnight, pushing the flames up the Pacific Coast Highway, where it overtook the iconic city of Malibu and created this apocalyptic scene stretching for miles on the California coast. We're watching multiple beachfront properties here just go up in flames. First responders trying to get a hold of the fires. All the neighboring properties here destroyed as the winds are picking up. In the Pacific Palisades, officials say at least 1,000 structures lost. Across Southern California, high winds and protected power shutoffs have left more than 1 million people in the dark. At the Eaton fire burning in Altadena, 45 minutes from the coast, at least 5 people have died and more than 100 structures destroyed. As wind-whipped embers expanded the fire's path, it forced the evacuation of this assisted living facility.
You'll see the people on stretchers and just the effort, very rapid effort to try to get these people out of harm's way.
For many, the race to get out was by any means necessary.
Which is your house?
Yeah, this is our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
Some of the most expensive real estate in the world reduced to rubble on Pacific Coast Highway.
Here at PCH, home after home of beachfront properties are destroyed. Usually you would see the Pacific Ocean there. Now it's just ashes and smoke.
As fires still burn, officials urging residents not to ignore evacuation orders.
A high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who were on the fire line.
Today, President Biden meeting with local officials, including Governor Gavin Newsom, who toured the destruction.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
The closest approximation was Paradise, California. It's one of the most deadly fires in U.S. history. But at this stage, a little over 24 hours, nothing comes close.
Tonight, thousands displaced with the flames still threatening homes.
The garage.
In Malibu, Steve Wiggins says he tried everything to save his.
So I kept spraying all the embers, and then the next thing I know, a 30-foot wall of fire was coming at 60 miles an hour, and I couldn't see. It was so smoky, and I said, well, it's time to leave.
He came back today to find nothing.
We lost everything we owned, but it doesn't even look like a house anymore. It just looks like something.
A lot of heartbreak, Liz. The fire threat's still very active tonight.
It really is, Lester. In fact, here in Malibu, you can see these crews continuing to work here as they try to put out the flames that are beginning to consume this home here on the coast. Millions across LA are on alert right now with some evacuation orders even issued in Santa Monica, with red flag warnings continuing through at least Friday. Lester.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thanks. We want to give you a lay of the land now as to where all this is happening and look at why resources may be so stretched. Los Angeles County is the most populous county in the nation. with major urban centers, sparkling beach communities, and rugged mountains. Pacific Palisades, where the first fire broke out yesterday, sits on the coast, Malibu to its north, iconic Santa Monica to its south. Moving inland 25 miles to the north and east of the Palisades is the Sylmar area. That's where the Hearst fire is burning. And then another 25 miles southeast from there is Altadena near Pasadena, where the deadly Eaton fire is raging tonight and where we find our Steve Patterson. Steve, good evening.
Lester, the air quality here has been miserable for now more than 24 hours. You can feel it. And when the smoke bill is like this, it travels for miles. Area hospitals now filling up due to smoke inhalation, with experts saying the best thing you can do is to stay inside. And even then, if you have an air purifier, use one. You have to be out in this. Wet rags and surgical masks will not work. You need an N95 with a purifier. Today, the air quality index, or AQI, reached more than 300. That's hazardous to everyone, not just the most at-risk groups. Lester?
All right, thanks, Steve Patterson. Our colleagues at our NBC station in Los Angeles, KNBC, have been working nonstop for more than 24 hours covering the story. Their deep connection to those communities reflected in so much of their coverage, including this moment where reporter Michelle Valles was on the air as neighbors battled flames consuming the home next door.
This home next to it was on fire, and they were making gains here. They were making gains, and then all of a sudden the wind picked up. And you can just see how it's fueling the fire next door as these neighbors desperately try to keep their home from catching fire. So you're just helpless as you watch these people doing probably, you put yourself in their situation, and it's really dark, and it's really fiery here. There's a lot of explosions, and there's just no help in sight, and you're just wondering when this is all going to end. Riverside County, please stop. Yeah. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Praise the Lord. I mean, they're going to really douse this fire here.
An amazing television moment, and certainly an amazing moment of humanity. Let me bring in Al Roker now. Al, what are the conditions that help fuel these fires? Is there any sense and sign of relief?
There is some relief coming after we saw those air flights resume because the winds have died down. The biggest problem is since October 1st, they've gotten less than 10% of their average rainfall. The good news is this high pressure, low pressure combo that has been squeezing these Santa Ana winds out. That's been the problem. Well, now they're starting to move to the east and separate, so the winds are starting to die down. That's good news. In fact, you can see those winds overnight coming down the gust into single digits in some spots. Now, the next thing we're worried about, that storm system in the southwest, that's going to cause 52 million people to be under winter storm warnings, advisories, watches. Snowfall amounts down 2 to 5, 3 to 6 in Tupelo, plus icing conditions stretching from Texas all the way into the southeast. Big travel problems over the next 24 hours.
Okay, Val, thank you for that update. In 60 seconds, the latest on President-elect Trump's legal showdown, his last-ditch appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court to call off Friday's sentencing. Will the justices step in?
Every
local McDonald's serving a great first bite starts with putting care into everything. First, our suppliers make sure they meet our high
Homes on the lot, and the bright red right now. There is up in the sky. It's just obscuring the sun, changing the color of the sun. And across the street, there's another business on Lake Avenue, and I cannot make out what that used to be because the sign has also been destroyed, but whatever it was, sadly, has been leveled. And looks like a dentist office was as well, and a restaurant. So we're gonna go to the right on Lake Avenue. And now we're turning right onto Mendocino Street. And I mentioned how you'll have one building that is still standing, and next to it, you'll see this, flames. So we're gonna drive up and see what this is. But even behind this building, we're seeing other columns of smoke, and each column of smoke represents something that is burning. And right ahead of us, lines that are down. So we're gonna turn around. We don't believe they are powered, but don't want to take any chances because it does look like the power is out. And in front of us, something else that is smoldering, another business looks like that has also been very badly damaged. But that is the scene here from Altadena. So much heartbreak, so much devastation. Let's send it back to you.
Christy Fajardo, thank you. It is hard to watch all of that. Looks sort of apocalyptic in certain places. Joining us now on the phone is newly elected Congressman George Whitesides, who just last week got elected to Congress and is now, as you look at this car burning, wow, this live picture here from the Eaton fire. This is in the Altadena area. Congressman Whitesides, thanks for being with us. Talk to us about your day and sort of what you know about the local and federal response to this.
Let me just say we're grateful to you for all the extended coverage that you're providing to folks in our community. I have just left the first command center up in Granada Hills, where we were briefed by Fire Chief Moore. They are working, as you know, the first fire as well as a new fire, which you have been covering, the Lydia fire, which they're trying to get a hold of now. So it's active, obviously not at the scale of the Palisades or the Eaton fire, but they are working to make sure that these two fires are also contained in the north side of the county.
Can we talk also about the importance of the federal response? I was out this morning with Governor Newsom and President Biden. President Biden offering to pick up a lot of the tab on all of this. That's really important going forward because this is a multi-billion-dollar operation that we're looking at here.
I think that the combined damages will be, well in the tens of billions for this. This is one of the largest disasters that California has ever suffered. And that support from the president is going to be absolutely crucial. He made an extra commitment, I think, going above and beyond. And I think that is going to be super important to, our communities recovering from this.
Are you done?
Let's be honest here.
All right.
What are you hearing, Mr. Whitesides, from your constituents? What do they need right now?
Well, I just left an evacuation center here in Pacoima where people are bringing their pets and, they are scared. They are concerned about the smoke. So far, the evacuation centers on the north side of the county are well stocked with food. I think people want to make sure, particularly for elderly and the young people, that they're managing the air that they're breathing. So if they're going outside, to use a mask. But to stay indoors if they can and to protect the folks who are the most vulnerable in our community.
And I don't know if you're near a TV screen or seen this on the stream, but when you see these images and what you've seen in person today, just what goes through your mind on a human level?
My heart breaks. My wife grew up in Santa Rosa. They had the Tubbs fire where they lost 5,000 homes in just a couple of hours. And we're going through our own version of that last night and today. And it is just, there was a story that the fire chief told of telling one of his best friends that his home had burned to the ground with just the chimney remaining. And it just breaks your heart. And we just have to work as hard as we can to help these folks get back on their feet for the long recovery ahead.
And do you hope and think that this is going to be a bipartisan thing. We've seen some bickering between the governor and the incoming president. I mean, your thoughts on maybe ways to tamp some of that down?
We have been working well so far at the House level to try to make sure that there is a strong bipartisan support for the recovery that is going to be necessary. Time will tell how that plays out, but we're going to do as much as we can. Obviously, other parts of the country have had their own disasters recently, and this is the time where California is going to need to get its help here.
And Congressman, as far as I understand, you are well served in this actual industry of professional of fire suppression and management. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I've really tried to make sure that I understand because this problem that we have, and if there's no single bullet to solve it, right? We're going to have to do a lot of work. I think this is going to kick off a national conversation around wildfires in the United States and in the West, and we know that we're going to have to do things differently, put more resources into it, because we have some tough and risky days ahead.
But to Marla's point, this is an issue that you thought a lot about before running for office and worked on extensively.
It is. I started an organization called Mega Fire Action a few years ago to really try to address this huge issue that we've got. And the answer, is not it's not easy. We're going to have to spend a lot more to manage the fuel in our wildlands. We're going to have to make sure that we're paying our wildfire fighters a living wage. We're going to have to make sure that we're supporting our communities to do the hardening that they need, particularly at the wildland-urban interface. And we're going to have to really put more money into technology development. So on these very difficult days, we can do a better job of sensing the perimeter of the fire, sensing whether it's high-intensity fire, and also, if possible. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you were able to see the picture, but the roof of the building that we were just watching burn just collapsed. Which is just heartbreaking to see. Congressman, we really appreciate your perspective on this, and we'd like to hear that the bipartisan work on disaster relief is something that hopefully is not controversial going forward, because we know that our whole region is going to need a lot of help, the Democrats and Republicans living here. We appreciate you calling in. I hope to see you in D.C. and next week, as we're going to be traveling there for the inauguration. Maybe check out your new offices.
All right, so we do want to step away for our final commercial break of this hour about the devastating nature of these fires. You just saw there live on Fox 11, the roof of that building on that street corner completely collapsing, engulfed in flames. They were just speaking with freshman Congressman George Whitesides there. He now represents the 27th Congressional District in California. He was just sworn in to the new Congress last week, talking about what the federal government's role will be in all of this. So I'm Andrew Kraft here. You're watching Fox 11 Los Angeles. I'm live now from Fox. Let's take that final commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
In there.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you not know?
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Governor Gavin Newsom's office just put this tweet out. I want to read this to you. They say nearly 5,000 boots are on the ground working around the clock to fight the Palisades Fire, Eaton Fire, and Hearst Fire, including support from neighboring states like Oregon, New Mexico, and Washington State. So this is a multi-state effort here responding to this. Remember, we are waiting for this press conference to begin very, very soon with CAL FIRE officials. An update on the Eaton fire. We also know, of course, President Biden was in the area earlier today, and he has approved a major disaster declaration for California, according to the White House, allowing survivors to immediately access funds and resources to jumpstart their recovery. The White House says, additionally, FEMA approved a fire management assistant grant to reimburse California for firefighting costs last night. So we're going to take this live once it begins, though. In the meantime here, our colleagues there still at Fox 11 in Los Angeles continue with their wall-to-wall coverage of these devastating fires. Let's keep watching.
The valley downtown and residents using garden hoses with water pressure has significantly dropped, and that's a recipe for disaster. He says any power loss to pump or lift stations could reduce hydrant pressure to static levels, which would be insufficient for firefighting efforts. And that, of course, is what we have been seeing. So that's a problem that needs to be addressed. This is I don't think we've ever seen anything like this, right? Like today, what I can say on a positive note is that the winds are nowhere near as strong as they were yesterday. They were insane last night. But, we're still witnessing all of this destruction. Yeah, we are so relieved to hear that the winds are nothing like they were last night when you and Joab Perez were out there. So thank goodness for that. We can't necessarily say the same about the Palisades fire because Matthew Seedorf said they're pretty much comparable. But here at the Eaton fire in Altadena, the winds have backed off a little bit, yet we are still seeing all this destruction. Gina Silva will be checking in with you. We are waiting, as she mentioned, that press conference at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock, as it relates to the Eaton fire. When that happens, we will bring that to you live.
In the meantime, as we approach the top of the hour, we know there are new people that come in, so we want to take a moment to reset and get everybody up to date on the very latest that we know. We continue our live, continuous team coverage right now.
Here for 30 years, we've never seen this kind of wind, never seen this fire spread so fast. It's been almost on earth. All you see is burning embers falling from the sky. Flames erupting here and there, cars exploding.
You can just see the devastation. Homes burned to the ground.
It's just overwhelming. Just block after block of total devastation.
Help. Please help. I'm begging anyone to help.
These fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits.
Good afternoon, and we welcome to Fox 11 News. We continue our coverage right now. We are preempting TMZ Live, which usually airs in this time slot for our live breaking news. This deadly firestorm, fueled by historic winds, continues to wreak havoc on Southern California. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. You can expect wall-to-wall, commercial-free coverage from us. You can find us here on television, of course, but also online, foxla.com/live, and also on our Fox local app. We are streaming live and are continuously updated that with the latest information. Here is where we stand on this now Wednesday afternoon. As Alex said, that deadly firestorm fueled by those historic Santa Ana winds. We are tracking 3 major wildfires burning out of control this afternoon. We're talking the Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades, the Eaton fire, that one is above Altadena, and the Hearst fire in the Sylmar area. This map here gives you an idea of where each of these is burning.
Palisades fire has burned more than 15,000 acres. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed. Still 0% containment. Tens of thousands remaining under mandatory evacuation orders. More than 13,000 structures are threatened. As we said, more than 1,000 structures destroyed.
The Eaton fire, that one has turned deadly. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna reporting not long ago that the death toll there has risen from 2 to 5. 5 people have died in the Eaton fire, but the circumstances around their deaths are not yet known. Roughly 100 structures have been destroyed. That's at least. And the Eaton fire also exploding in size. It now almost tops 11,000 acres, 0% contained. We're waiting for an update on that one anytime now.
Then there's the Hirsch fire, which is burning in Sylmar. We just talked about this with Congressman George Whitesides. It has scorched more than 700 acres. Forced evacuations also at 0% containment.
Let's go to, this is the Palisades, this is the latest on the Eaton fire. We have our camera set up, the smaller picture there. That is where officials have gathered at the Pasadena Recreation Center, where those officials will give us an update on the Eaton fire. You can see LA County Supervisor Board Chair Catherine Barger in the foreground there, right in front of the camera. And it looked like the mayor of Pasadena, Mayor Gordo, was also there at the podium. So as soon as this gets underway, we will bring the very latest to you. But again, this is where 5 people have died. Also where 5 people have been arrested for looting. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We're going to get started.
You want to know the news conference?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor, typical spelling, Victor. Last name is Gordo, Gordo, mayor of the city of Pasadena. Let me first say on behalf of all residents of Pasadena that our thoughts and prayers are with those who have lost their home and even their lives here in Pasadena, as well as in Altadena and the Palisades. On behalf of all residents of Pasadena and the leaders that you see behind me, we will certainly have all those individuals and their families and friends in our thoughts and prayers. We have experienced a tremendous tragedy here in our community. To date, we have over 100,000 people under mandatory evacuation. We've had 5 fatalities, and then we have close to another 100,000 people who have been warned to evacuate because they are in a danger zone. Hundreds of homes have been lost. I'll let the police chief and the fire chief talk about that. But this is an opportunity for us as a community, as a people, to band together and work to support one another. Whether you're affected or not, please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are Councilmember Jason Lyon, Councilmember Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, our Supervisor, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Congressmember Chudy Chu, State Senator Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John Harabedian, the Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco, the President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society. Also with us today are neighboring Assembly members, Assemblymember Coloza, Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief Gene Harris. So again, I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the Governor of California this afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, and the Governor has assured us that he will provide whatever assistance that we may request. And so on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the Governor for coming, seeing for himself the devastation and committing the Guard and other resources to Pasadena. And so we will certainly be in touch. With that, let me, and I'll go over these points in Spanish at the end as well. Let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Miguel Marquez. Excuse me, Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I am the city manager for the city of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for all who lost their homes, their memories, and their sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of a fire in Eaton Canyon. As they always do, and despite the dangers, our first responders rushed to the scene. They found darkness, they found fire, and they found 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many residents as possible were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many, many lives in the last 22 hours. Their efforts were heroic. Our first responders, our public works department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night. Public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media, and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Barger.
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me, who is very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney, who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full set of the law is played out if you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. I think it's important for us to note that the chief of LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that you obey the evacuation orders, and that also you take advantage of the shelters that are available at the Pasadena Civic Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center. Our office is going to be ready to assist you in the recovery from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas. Please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
Next, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is a really difficult moment for many of us in the community, especially for those of us that have grown up in the San Gabriel Valley and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site and there are still fires burning. And I want to emphasize to people, if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated, they have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time. So please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. Power lines are down. And these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time. And so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation. And for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we are going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple of months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers, and please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines.
Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them. Our schools are going to remain closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school. Our maintenance and operation team, along with our police department, the sheriffs, and our fire department have been assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%. 3 campuses that house other schools have sustained damages: Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still remain in the path of the fire. We're working together with our city partners to do everything we can to preserve our schools. Our next steps are recovery. We're planning for recovery as we respond to the emergency, as we know our families are dependent on us. Public education is the bedrock of democracy. We learned that in COVID, and we will be here to help our families and our staff get through what is happening in our city. Thank you. We're deeply grateful.
Dr. Jose Gomez.
Hi, I'm Jose A. Gomez, Jose A. Gomez, Gomez. Over the last 24 hours, our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have lost our peace. Although Pasadena City College has sustained minor damage, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with our greater community. We are so grateful at Pasadena City College for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our elected officials have provided, not just to our college, but also to our community. The campus will be closed and we will not be having classes until next Monday. We will resume regular schedule and classes on Monday, if possible. Of course, it's a very fluid situation. But more importantly than that, we have activated much of our campus community in support of our partners and our greater Pasadena San Gabriel Valley family. Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center to help the city. We have our nursing staff who will be arriving soon to help our City Department of Public Health. And in partnership with our superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, we are also serving meals to our PUSD families at Pasadena City College. We are here to help in any way possible. And we, of course, appreciate all of your support and all of your help. Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley has been an amazing partner to PCC, and we are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Next, from the Humane Society of DeVernit.
I'm Dia DeVernit, President and CEO of Pasadena Humane. We're a nonprofit animal welfare organization and shelter serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets in this disaster. We recently just heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days, but our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who have been safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So we've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours, and we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the animals that are in our shelter to make room for more animals who are coming in. I want to really thank everyone who has offered assistance, including the shelters around the state and people who we see in our community who are rescuing neighbors' pets and bringing them to us. It really has been heartwarming to see even our staff members who have been evacuated and are losing their homes coming to the shelter. And if possible, please try to stay with family or friends who can accommodate you and your pet, as the shelters are really becoming quite stressed in this situation. And I want to give a few concrete resources because they have been rapidly evolving. For those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter, right now the Fairplex in Pomona is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept, is currently being evacuated. We have recently started to see the first injured animals coming in. We've had a cat and some wildlife coming in. If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians who are providing care to these animals, and we'll continue to provide care around the clock to animals in need.
Next, because this is still an active fire,
we expect that to be through Thursday with variable and high wind speeds. Thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. resources last night, which was really
Can you
helpful.
put my
It's
program
unfortunate with the wind gusts that we
Jeopardy?
had, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. They had to ground their aircraft last night, but we relied on all of LA County to bring us resources, and then with the mutual aid requests from up and down the state. Did that answer your question? Thank you.
One, I was asked, we were inside the fire zone and multiple residents had talked about a lack of water pressure or a lack of water at all in trying to fight fire.
Yeah, I don't want to watch this.